Han Fei had his own thoughts. If he were to chase the half-mermaid, there was a 80% chance that he could kill her. But she was one of the leaders on her side anyway, and she undoubtedly had an immortal seal. If she kept running without fighting, it would be impossible for him to kill her without using Snowhorn. But Han Fei really didn't have the courage to use that at this moment, and it was hard to tell if he could recover after he used it. More importantly, if the sword spirit in Snowhorn wasn't the master of the Snow God's temple, the 30-meter-tall illusion that was on the altar not far away probably was. Since the sword spirit asked him to destroy the Snow God's temple, there must be something on the altar. How could he compete for it if he left? Also, Han Fei didn't think that it was a big deal even if a sea demon escaped. The sword spirit implied that the Snow God's temple could be destroyed. The spiritual energy in this place had been drained by him. He got the soul splitting technique too, and he was only short of the stuff on the altar. As long as he got that, he wouldn't hesitate to destroy the Snow God's temple. Did it matter that a sea demon had escaped? In fact, there was no need for Han Fei to take any action, as the half-mermaids in the sea had already been enraged. They're all dead, with only Yu Ling and Yu Bei left. Those wretched human beings must have hidden more powerful heavenly talents in their team. Liang Tian looked rather awful too, as 11 life monuments had cracked, which meant that only 9 survivors were left. Altogether 20 heavenly talents had been summoned for this mission, and all of them were greatly talented, yet 11 of them died in the treasure trove. It was not hard to imagine how terrifying it was. In the field, Tanga spoke to Han Fei telepathically, "You go to the altar. Don't bother with down below." Yi Xiangxiang had just woken up and was swallowing pills. She glanced at Han Fei. "Get the treasure. We can't let the half-mermaids have it with everything coming to this point." Han Fei hummed a response and then covered himself with a wind travel array. He also activated the majestic mystic spell and simulated the sea racing art with the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance as he charged at the dense statues. He didn't intend to take a detour but planned to go straight through. The half-mermaid took action earlier than Han Fei did, so he was already 800 meters into the statue area. Also, he was accelerating and running fast. Bam. 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 Statues in Han Fei's way were all ruined as he stormed through. The half-mermaid roared and looked back. Next second, a thick stream of purple light burst out, and a 20-meter-long purple lobster appeared among the statues. The lobster was entirely purple with glittering spots of light on its shell. It crushed 10 or so statues with a random swing of its pincers. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Purple Crystal Lobster, Yu Bei's companion spirit. Introduction: This is a mutation of the red crystal lobster. It's highly sturdy, destructive and fast. The force of its pincers can reach 1,000,000 kilograms. Level 46. Quality: exotic, mutated. Spiritual energy: 6,225 points. Food: omnivorous. Battle technique: purple crystal mystic body. Soul power: 1,594 points. Han Fei's expression slightly changed. No wonder this guy survived to this point. He must have been Tang Ji's enemy just now. Another person couldn't have resisted the dragon feather lobster, yet this half-mermaid blocked it with great ease. Han Fei instantly roared, "Attach!" Instantly, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and little fatty were attached to him. Black chains slithered among the statues like snakes and threw them at the purple crystal lobster now and then. Han Fei looked like a monster in other people's eyes with all the swinging chains. As for himself, he was like a human-shaped tyrannosaur that destroyed all the statues in his way. Behind him, Ning Dong and Tang Ge had executed the two heavily wounded half-mermaids. Of the two possessed creatures, the half-mermaid was fighting Chenouchen, and Chen Chen had charged at the statues too, except that he was not going where Han Fei and Yu Bei were. Gong Yuehan was chasing the enemy. She was creating illusion dragons as she stepped on the air and pierced her longsword. Chen Chen roared, "Do you think the Snow God's temple is a place for you to mess around? Die here." As Chen Chen roared, he darted a flying sword at an ice stone on the altar. At the same time, he rose to the sky and exploded, spreading out weird soul power across the statue area. Knowing that it was not good, Gong Yuehan immediately reminded everyone, the statues are moving. The moment Chen Chen detonated himself, the statues seemed to be back to life, with mysterious blue light beaming out of their eyes. The statues were revived. Tanga roared, and spiritual energy burst out of his arms. He then charged at the statues. Ning Dong bellowed, "Gong Yuehan, come back." Meng Gi set up the array. Chenouchen was fighting madly at this moment. His fists were so unstoppable that the possessed half-mermaid was knocked to the ground and half of his body was almost blown up. The half-mermaid cried miserably, "We've waited for too long to be unsealed. Or juniors like you can't defeat us at all. Boom. He detonated himself too, and Chenouchen was blown to the sky. An amulet appeared and helped him resist the explosion. Cough. Chenouchen vomited a mouthful of blood and filled his mouth with pills. He charged at the central altar even before he landed. At this moment, all the living creatures here were human beings except one half-mermaid. Yet, there was likely only one treasure on the altar. Nobody was a selfless man, so whoever laid their hands on it would own it. Yi Xiangxiang had recovered some of her strength. With a pill in her mouth, she opened her eyes. "I'm going to the altar." Then, she jumped and flashed to the statue area. Yet, the statue area was quite chaotic at this moment. Those stone statues weren't very strong, but they must not be underestimated under the control of the two old monsters. In particular, Chen Chen's earlier attack on the altar seemed to have activated a certain array, and boundless amounts of intimidating aura were surging into the statues. Hu. Hum. Crack. Attacks as powerful as those from hanging fissures were launched. Yu Bei was about to reach the edge of the altar, yet he was surrounded by hundreds of statues. In Han Fei's eyes, some statues were still attacking at this moment. Bam. 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 Every time the 9-star chains were waved, a statue would be pierced through. Each of the chains was attached to a statue as they swept crazily. Standing in Meng Gi's defense array, Su Hongya looked at the scene in shock. "So, you must be ultimate heavenly talents that have been hiding, right?" As a spirit gatherer, Zhao Jiai was quite lost for words. Of course. Only Old Meng's group is still intact, without any casualties. Also, Gong Yuehan. Duan Jiang. Who are you exactly? Why did you pretend to be ordinary when you were so good? Gong Yuehan said casually, "Give me spiritual energy. I'm going over." Su Hongya and Zhao Jiai were astounded. "You're going over? How? Those statues are all alive." Gong Yuan glanced at him. Be quick about it. Zhao Jia smiled bitterly. He had thought that, as one of the captains of the squads, he was already strong enough. However, any of the survivors here seemed just equally strong. Even Su Hongya was a strong warrior too. Or rather, nobody could have survived to this moment purely with luck. On the front line, Han Fei was hit again and again. He didn't dodge with the 108 Desolate God Body or Ren Tianfan's technique. He was trying to be fast. While those attacks weren't weak, they weren't enough to hurt him. The case was the same for Yu Bei, who was pressing on unstoppably in his divine battle suit. But what about Han Fei? He was only wearing an ultra-quality battle suit, and he took some of the attacks with his physical body? He was moving close fast. Only 200 meters from Yu Bei. At this moment, both of them were only 2,000 meters from the altar. Han Fei suddenly turned cold and launched the sacrificing punch again. However, his punch was not aimed at Yu Bei, but a mystic light that darted from the altar. Yu Bei took action at the same time cautiously. His whole body was on fire, and his golden harpoon triggered shiny golden brilliance as he blocked the mystic light. Not just them, everybody who was among the statues had been attacked by a mystic light. Seeing that, Yi Xiangxiang summoned a clone. She seemed to be hit, while actually her real body had risen above her clone. Yi Xiangxiang quickly moved back after the strike and landed out of the statue area. Then, she sat on the ground, with sweat dripping from her forehead. Tanga roared, Dragon Soul Overlord Body. He went straight at the attack, with a white burning dragon. Chenouchen roared and punched relentlessly. He then crossed his fists, and his amulet began to flash. Zhao Jia was dumbfounded. Is that really the power of hanging fissures? They must be hidden fissures, aren't they? Su Hongya opened her mouth. So strong. Han Fei had another mouthful of the candle dragon blood and clutched the edge of the altar with the 9-star chains. Then, Han Fei surpassed Yu Bei. Han Fei turned his head back and grinned. A dense mist burst out of the void, followed by surging tides. Then, a combination of the poison god, the infinity water, and the poison king smoke surrounded Yu Bei. Han Fei sneered. Hey! Why are you running so fast? Eager to die? Yu Bei went crazy. He could resist the mist and the infinity water, but it was impossible for him to resist the invisible poisonous smoke. Although the divine battle suit that he was wearing blocked the blades of infinity water, he still felt that his internal organs were roiling and his stomach was exploding. Standing on the stairs to the altar, Han Fei only took one step up. He vividly remembered what happened back in the steps into the sea, so Han Fei was extremely cautious at this moment. He was even ready to expose the Overlord. Yet, surprisingly enough, nothing happened. Han Fei created a coiled turtle array and a 6-spirit armor, and kept an eye on Yu Bei, with the octopus eye on his back. I won't use the infinity water anymore. Be prepared for some serious vomiting and diarrhea. Meng Yi said telepathically, be careful. Tanga added, watch out, Han Fei waved his hand and climbed to the altar after only several steps. There was an array on the floor. Han Fei didn't walk into it as he couldn't understand it. He simply looked up from outside. The dress of the enormous human illusion was fluttering. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder what he would see from under her legs. He was not sure if the master of the snow god's temple had the habit of wearing leggings. However, when Han Fei looked at the woman illusion in the eyes, he discovered, to his surprise, that she was staring back at him. Shoot! Han Fei subconsciously stepped back, as he really had no good feelings for the people from the snow god's temple. Not good. In the next second, Han Fei could not move any more, as if he were frozen. A weird aroma, which seemed to be originating from somewhere near him, found its way into his nose. Han Fei couldn't move his head, but with little Fatty's vision, he found that some blue long hair was dangling from his shoulder. Creak. Creak. Creak, Han Fei took a deep breath and struggled to turn his eyes, only to see a most delicate face that was smiling at himself, and its chin was against his shoulder. The aroma came from the woman's body, or maybe her hair. Suddenly, Han Fei felt more or less tightened. He lowered his head, only to see a pair of jade-like hands that surrounded his waist and laid on his hip. Goodoo. Han Fei swallowed. He felt that he was almost shedding tears. What is this all about? Han Fei managed to open his mouth and mutter, "Hi." In Han Fei's eyesight, Yu Bei was still struggling in the infinity water, Tang Gu was still charging, and Gong Yuehan was already floating close by. Han Fei dare not move at all. How did a woman appear behind me? Why did nobody show any reaction? Where is this woman from? How did she appear behind me without a sound? More importantly, the woman stuck her chin to my shoulder, but why did I not sense her sooner? Wait. Han Fei suddenly shivered. It didn't make sense. If someone was really on his back, then little Fatty's vision should have been blocked. Why could he still see everything around him clearly? Han Fei took a deep breath. Who are you? The woman didn't say anything, and Han Fei didn't have the courage to ask further. He simply felt that the woman's hands and face were as cold as ice. A long time passed. A vague voice suddenly echoed next to Han Fei's ears, "You are a human being. But why do you carry demonic qi?" Han Fei gasped hard. Would you believe me if I say that a half-mermaid filled demonic qi into me when I killed her? The voice that sounded as if from the void heaved a sigh next to Han Fei's ears. Such a strong body, such a heavy soul, and the vibe of Snowmorn. You've met that woman? Han Fei was frightened. I have. Isn't she a sea demon? Han Fei sensed that the arms that embraced him were moving up from his abdomen to his stomach and his chest. Han Fei swallowed hard. The snow god's temple has been sunken for too long. You should feel happy that human beings have risen again after the age of doom. The voice came again distantly as if from another time and space, but I'm already dead. Hiss. Han Fei felt that 10,000 iron-head fish were raging in his heart. Who am I talking to if you're dead? Maybe your physical body died, but your soul is still here, isn't it? Han Fei hadn't figured out what he should say yet, when the woman already laid her cold hands on his face. The low voice continued unpredictably, Huh? It's not demonic qi that you carry. I understand it now. You're from that place. Han Fei was lost for words. Sister, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't be carrying any demonic qi. Giggle. Poor kid, you must have suffered a lot. Han Fei? Han Fei was lost for words. Miss, are you talking to me? Han Fei sensed that the hands on his face moved away, and the aroma from his side was dispersing. A voice came from the wind, or maybe the void, fine. I didn't expect to fall in your hands in the end. I don't know if it's bliss or a curse. Hanfei asked quickly, wait, miss, what are you talking about? I don't follow. Can you explain yourself before you go? The voice chuckled. Remember, take one step at a time on this road. Don't forget to come to me. My name is Bingxue Chuling. Hanfei was lost for words. Wait, on what road should I take one step at a time? How can I find you if you're dead? Hello, are you still there? Is the signal turning so bad? Hello. Hanfei opened his mouth, and a white pearl just emerged out of nowhere and suddenly flew into his mouth. Then, the pearl entered his throat from his mouth, dispersed into a stream of air, and drifted all the way to his dantian. Hanfei felt that his blood was freezing. What was that? And it just entered my body on its own, I'm screwed. I'm really screwed. I should have been more prepared to explore a place as weird as the altar. There was already a seed, a worm, and a white pearl that were inside his dantian. The heaven spirit detoxifying insect was holding the seed, and the white pearl was slowly spinning around the seed. Hanfei shivered hard, as if some restraints had just been removed from his body. He quickly turned around, only to see nothing. At this moment, Tangge glanced at Hanfei. Is it dangerous up there? Hanfei looked at Tangge in a stunned state. Wait, Tangge was there when the woman came, but how is he still there after the woman chatted with me for such a long time? Hanfei quickly cast his fishing hook at Tangge. Tangge grabbed the hook with one hand and landed right on the altar. Yubei, on the other hand, was lying on the ground and vomiting crazily. His gastrointestinal system seemed to have been ruined. Hanfei didn't recall the infinity water, as Yubei surely had an immortal seal. He had to kill the guy again after the seal was triggered in order to fully end his life. Also, the second kill might trigger the dying strike in his body, which might be tricky to deal with. He would rather not deal with it again, so he might as well kill the guy from afar. Tangge was stunned after he landed on the altar. Why is there nothing here? Hanfei scratched his head. How should I tell you? Can I say that I was just touched by a woman? Hanfei asked, did you see anything? Tangge shook his head. No. Haven't you been standing here alone all the time? Huh. Hanfei secretly swallowed. It was true that Tangge and the others didn't see the woman. Bingxue Chuling? Where can I possibly find her? Hanfei couldn't help but shake his head. He could think about that later. The priority at this moment was to kill Yubei. Gong Yuehan had already flown close. She said after she landed, those statues are weakening. I wonder why. Hanfei immediately said, because they're out of spiritual energy. This place is short of spiritual energy in the first place. It would be strange if so. Many statues could fight all the time under the control of such an enormous array. Gong Yuehan didn't know much about arrays, but actually, even Meng Yi was thinking the same. However, it was merely Hanfei's excuse. After all, in his opinion, the real reason that the array was declining was that the treasure was gone. A moment later, everybody gathered around. Yi Xiangxiang was lost for words. Why is there nothing here? I thought there would be treasures on the altar. Su Hongye's eyes sunk. So, we've taken such a long journey and run into so Many dangerous, yet we haven't found any treasures? Meng Yi said, I'm sure the soul-splitting technique is available, but it's impossible for us to obtain it from the old monsters. Chinauchin added, I, for one, have got something. Everybody looked at him. Chinauchin said, I greatly enjoyed myself in the battle, and I feel that I've grown a lot. If I train myself in seclusion after we come back, I think I can achieve a breakthrough. Everybody was lost for words. They had thought that he found something really valuable. Ning Dong scoffed. This is boring. This wretched place is not worth the death of 11 people. Han Fei quickly interrupted him, let's kill this half-mermaid first. He's dying, and his immortal seal will probably be used soon. After we kill him again, there should be a chance for us to get out. Tengu was briefly stunned. The immortal seal? Not good. Run. After that, Tengu dragged Han Fei and straightly broke out. Why? Everybody ran after them, but they didn't really know why they were running. Tengu roared, this guy has already been killed by me once before. His immortal seal was already used. Huh. Exactly at this moment, the most magnificent force swept at them. Naturally, it was impossible to kill 9 people with one dying strike, not to mention that all the 9 of them were heavenly talents. Meng Yi and Han Fei set up arrays, Ning Dong blocked the attack, Gong Yuehan slashed her sword, Tengu raised his spear, and Chinauchin's fists pressed out. Everybody defended themselves. Plus, they had already run some distance away, so they all managed to block the attack after vomiting a mouthful of blood. Crack. The roof of the underground space suddenly cracked. Seeing that, everybody thought to themselves, not good. Meng Yi shouted, run. Half an hour later, tides were surging on the sea, and the seabed was roaring. A fast shadow suddenly broke out of the water and ran towards the half-mermaid's side. Seeing that, Liang Tian sneered, what, you only have one survivor now? The half-mermaid leader seemed rather uneasy and was communicating with the survivor telepathically. A moment later, the half-mermaid pointed the harpoon at the surface of the sea, and enormous tides rose. Liang Tian sneered, and his sword caused an aura 1,000 meters long. The tides then all collapsed. Liang Tian said, casually, both of us know that this treasure trove is highly dangerous. Don't be a sore loser now that you've failed. The half-mermaid leader sneered. Let's see how many human beings have survived. Some 10 minutes later, the bottom of the sea was shaking more and more severely, causing turbulence on the surface. Liang Tian frowned. This doesn't make sense. How can a treasure trove that has existed for so long collapse so easily without the intrusion of an expert? Someone asked anxiously, are our people still not out yet? Hardly had the man asked that when he grinned and said, they're here. Meng Yi, Tengu, and the others all surfaced. There were 9 of them in total. Su Hongya was even blaming Han Fei. Were you crazy? You wanted to go back and pack up those bodies? Han Fei chuckled. What do you know? Those were divine weapons. I'd be an idiot if I didn't pick them up. Zhao Jiai shrugged. It's true that a man with great skills always has great courage. However, what's your real name, Brother Duan? Han Fei said with a thick skin, I am Duan Jiang himself. Zhao Jiai rolled his eyes. You expect me to believe you? If you were Duan Jiang, I would let you kick my head like a football. After seeing Han Fei and his team, the experts on human beings' side were much more relaxed. Someone took a long breath of relief. Not bad. There are still 9 survivors. Someone was greatly comforted. It's better than the opposite side. They only have 1 left. Someone asked, "What treasures have you found?" Meng Yi simply replied, "Senior, there's nothing inside but traps." The only thing worth mentioning is a technique called the soul-splitting technique, which can preserve your soul until you possess someone. Possession? That's impossible. This place must be from ages back. How could any souls be lingering there? Yi Xiangxiang nodded. It's true. Several of us were possessed. Right, Su Mo was not a human being at all, he was a traitor and worked for the sea demons. A traitor? That's even more ridiculous. Sumo's identity couldn't have been mistaken. How could he be a spy? It's impossible. How could he have not emitted any demonic qi if he were a sea demon? Su Hongye added, "We all saw it." Su Mo suddenly went on a rampage and gravely hurt me. I would have been killed if it weren't for Xiangxiang and Tango. Liang Tian looked at the half-mermaid leader thoughtfully and said to everyone, "You go back first. Since the treasure trove has been broken, I'll see if I can find anything." The half-mermaid leader seemed to be thinking the same and dove into the sea. 2. Han Fei and the others flew back on the boat at full speed, and Han Fei asked, "The palace down there has already collapsed. Could Senior Liang Tian find anything there?" Someone said, "It's exactly because the seals are broken that he can go in. If he had broken in earlier and destroyed the seals, the palace might have collapsed earlier, and he would have to look for treasures in the ruins." Liang Tian didn't return until 6 hours later. After Liang Tian came back, everybody described their experience in the snow God's temple. It was not until then that Han Fei realized that Gong Yuehan and Ming Dong were almost possessed too. But their explanations were from before. Gong Yuehan simply said that her teacher planted a power in her head that could protect her soul. Ming Dong's answer was simpler. He said that he had a secret treasure protecting his soul. From that point of view, both of them had great backgrounds. It was impossible for Tang Ge to avoid this. After all, both Yi Xiangxiang and Su Hongye were knocked to the ground by the soul pressure from Tang Ge earlier. That was not a joke. Tang Ge simply claimed brazenly that it was a mysterious method left by his teacher. Everybody knew Tang Ge to be a distinguished disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. They even knew Tang Ge and Mu Ling's relationship. Also, with Yi Xiangxiang and Su Hongye vouching for him, nobody suspected him at all. As for Han Fei, he learned from all the examples about how their seniors offered them great help. So, Han Fei said, "My old teacher left me a mental barrier. It's impossible for anyone to possess me." Liang Tian, however, asked instantly, "Aren't you from the Thug Academy?" "Yes. That's why my old teacher is very strong." Liang Tian frowned. "Isn't it the tradition of the Thug Academy to let the students act on their own? They have to create opportunities for themselves." Han Fei was briefly stunned, wondering why Liang Tian knew the Thug Academy so well. He simply lied further. "You're talking about the past. Now that there are few students in the Thug Academy, we're given a lot of help, including immortal seals and amulets. It's not a surprise." Liang Tian slightly nodded and asked, "I'm told that you were the first to reach the altar. What did you see?" Han Fei blinked his eyes and replied, just the array on the ground. But I couldn't comprehend it, so I didn't enter it. There was also a woman illusion above my head. Everybody saw that. Liang Tian was confused. Nothing else? Han Fei shook his head. Nothing. Tang Gu arrived soon after I did, and then Gong Yuhan came too. We were all at the edge of the altar and didn't do anything. Everybody witnessed us. Liang Tian nodded. Okay, you can go back. You made great contributions on this trip by misdirecting and ambushing the sea demons. You will be given the title of Guardian of the Sea for your performance. Also, I heard that you looted a divine battle suit and 2 divine harpoons? Han Fei instantly stepped back. Senior, those aren't from the treasure trove. They are my own spoils of war, aren't they? Liang Tian said casually, you can keep 1 harpoon. Hand over the battle suit. And the other harpoon. You'll be given 2 million points. Han Fei was lost for words, and shame and regret were obvious on his face. Senior, that's divine equipment. Is divine equipment only worth 2 million points? Liang Tian shook his head. It is slightly outrageous, but you know how rare divine weapons are on the Scattered Stars Island. Also, you must know that the divine battle suit and the golden harpoon aren't divine weapons. Han Fei immediately said, that's impossible. I've personally seen the hardness and attack of these things. They're unbelievably powerful, similar to the weapon that the enemy I fought earlier. Liang Tian chuckled. Don't try to fool me. You are a refiner yourself, and you've seen semi-divine weapons and divine weapons. Can you not tell the difference? You can ask Beihua later. Also, the Scattered Stars Island is buying your battle suit and harpoon for the Scattered Stars 4th unit to study them. They won't be given to anyone else. Just hand them over. Han Fei asked timidly, what if I don't want to hand them over? Liang Tian glanced at Han Fei. In that case, it won't be so easy when you do your refining business and send out premium offers every day. Han Fei instantly gritted his teeth. If so, fine, I'll just hand them over. As a selfless man. Liang Tian gave his head a shake. Selfless? You really think you're selfless? Liang Tian said angrily, just get the hell out of here. Surrendering the golden battle suit and harpoon, Han Fei hopped away. After only 2 steps, Han Fei suddenly looked back. Senior, I've executed 2 top heavenly talents of the half-mermaids and 5 regular heavenly talents. Can I be considered to have achieved 100 kills? Liang Tian couldn't believe his ears again. They will be considered as 30 kills. You'll see it on your badge later. Hearing that, Han Fei put on a big smile. He only needed to secure another 70 kills. Well, he would be able to get the achievement after killing another 7 top half-mermaid heavenly talents, and then he would enjoy a discount in the logistics division with 5 stars. Huh? I think the title of Guardian of the Sea comes with a discount too. What's the discount exactly? Forget it, I'll just ask Lu Renquang later. Leaving the Scattered Stars 1st unit, Han Fei simply took a right turn and entered the Scattered Stars 4th unit. That was the advantage of crossing 2 departments. Most people from different departments would never meet each other unless during special operations. Or if they were famous people like Guan Qingyan and Mu Jiar, everybody else knew them and they couldn't cover themselves up. Few of them had simply taken a turn after they left a department like Han Fei did. Uncle Beihua. Uncle Beihua. Han Fei didn't find Beihua, Guan Qingyan or Mu Jiar in the fourth unit. He only saw that Xie Qingqing, the mature lady he saw a couple of times earlier, was spinning. A big red dress that Xie Qingqing was wearing was spinning as her own body did. Seeing Xie Qingqing, Han Fei intended to sneak away, but she simply shouted, "Han Fei, come here." Han Fei was lost for words, regretting that he called Uncle Beihua aloud earlier. Summoning his courage, Han Fei walked in and asked, "Sister Qingqing, is this the new fashion?" Xie Qingqing stood straight and said, "Do you think I'm beautiful?" Han Fei broke into a sweat. "Yes, of course you are. Sister Qingqing, well, I have something important to do. I'll be on my way." Xie Qingqing quickly stopped Han Fei. "Wait a moment. You haven't even looked at me yet, and you said that I'm beautiful?" Han Fei smiled awkwardly. "I don't need to look at you to know that you're beautiful, Sister Qingqing. Anyone can tell that." Xie Qingqing giggled. "Okay, enough teasing. What do you think of my dress?" "I sealed a burning fire fish into it. But I think this dress is a little bit long. Do you think I should cut it short?" Han Fei was lost for words. He thought to himself, "You're wearing a dress to the battlefield? What if the enemy blows wind at you, Han Fei said absent-mindedly, "It will be more beautiful if you cut it to your knees." Xie Qingqing considered. "Wouldn't it lower the defense capabilities?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "You're not wearing this to the battlefield. Why do you care about its defense? It only needs to be beautiful." "Well, there's really something important I need to do." Xie Qingqing was still dragging Han Fei. "That does make sense. As a refiner, I don't go to the battlefield anyway." "TSK, TSK. You're truly a thoughtful boy." "Okay, Boss Beihua is in the refining hall. You can go there." "The refining hall? Does Uncle Beihua still need to perform refining?" Xie Qingqing said, "Today, Boss Beihua is talking to several 5-star refiners on refining. Xiao Guan and Jiar are both there. You didn't know it because you were out on a mission." Han Fei was stunned. "A meeting of 5-star refiners? Then why are you not there, Sister Qingqing?" Xie Qingqing shrugged. "The meeting is held once every 3 months. I attended it several times, but I couldn't follow, so I stopped attending." Han Fei instantly ran off. "Sister Qingqing, I'm leaving. Bye-bye." Xie Qingqing shook her head helplessly and mumbled, "It's not like you can understand anything even if you go there. Should I really shorten the dress and lower the neckline? Let me try it." Han Fei was recognized the moment he came to the refining hall. Immediately, someone shouted, "Master Han Fei, when are you getting to work? Is your service package still available?" Someone chased Han Fei and asked, "Master Han Fei, we're not greedy, and 80% is fine with us. When will you start business?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Do you want to be chosen again? Han Fei instantly said, "I've been really busy recently. Hold on a second. Guys. I need to go to a lecture." Leaving those people aside, Han Fei went straight at the reception counter and threw 5 high-quality pearls before he asked, "Where's the meeting of 5-star refiners?" The receptionist asked in a stun, "Master Han Fei?" "Oh. They're in the number 8 refining room. Someone will receive you at the door." Han Fei turned around and ran to the back of the refining hall. On the previous trip, he had fully recognized how powerful a good weapon could be. With Snowhorn, which counted as a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, Han Fei thought that he could just cut everything on his way without thinking when he could use it easily. Also, he had just got some semi-divine weapons. How were they different from divine weapons? He knew that the semi-divine weapons weren't real divine weapons, but even so, they were still extremely powerful and much better than his other weapons. Also, the guy's golden battle suit and harpoon were really powerful. He might not have been able to defeat the enemy if he hadn't fought with full strength. At the door of the number 8 refining room, 2 2-star refiners were guarding the door solemnly. Both of them were in their 20s. They were stunned to see Han Fei striding close. "Stop. What are you doing?" Briefly dazed, Han Fei quickly took out his 3-star refiner certificate. "Oh. I'm here for the lecture." "Huh." At the door, the 2 refiners looked at each other in bewilderment. "A 3-star refiner? Can I come in now?" One of them instantly smiled. "Yes, of course you can. Please come in." After Han Fei stepped in, the other one asked, "Who is he? Why haven't we seen such a young 3-star refiner before now? Did you forget? He's the famous newcomer a while back who offers a package from refining to soul sealing and a 30% discount every day." "It's him? Han Fei?" "Of course. Guan Qingyan and Mu Jiar are already inside. Who else could the young man have been if not Han Fei? TSK. That's one tough kid. I'm told that he only asks for 2 sets of materials, and he offers a 30% discount. He wouldn't dare to do that if his odds of success weren't high. Hee. Not just that. Even 4-star refiners might not have the courage to do that. Their reputation would be ruined if they made a mistake in refining or failure to seal the soul." While the 2 refiners outside of the room were talking in amazement, Han Fei was already inside the refining room. He saw 100 people inside the room. Because the number 8 refining room wasn't too big and only had a coverage of 300 square meters, he couldn't even see the lecturer behind the crowd. A voice was coming from inside. Beihua was speaking aloud, "Therefore, there are many details we can pay attention to when refining ultra-quality spiritual weapons, and those details are necessary for you to become 4-star refiners." Not far away, a middle-aged man smiled and said, "Master Beihua is right. It's barely possible for a 3-star refiner to craft a divine weapon, but the 4-star refiners might be able to. Even if they fail to create divine weapons, the ultra-quality spiritual weapons they make will be at a whole new level." An old man smiled. "That's right. Such weapons are exactly the semi-divine weapons that we often talk about. The semi-divine weapons are actually very close to divine weapons, but still not as good as divine weapons. We've discussed it countless times before. However, our genius refiner Xiao Guan made a semi-divine weapon recently." "Xiao Guan, why don't you tell everybody about it?" Guan Qingyan rose and picked up a shield. "I sealed a level 47 mutated silver scaled fish into this shield. I crafted this spiritual equipment with a sealed soul, but it was still an ultra-quality spiritual weapon, so I thought to enhance it with arrays. However, I tried it many times, and the enhancement of a single array wasn't enough to make it better than an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. So, I asked an array master to carve 9 interconnected defense arrays on it. When they were carved, the semi-divine weapon was made. Hiss. Someone was stunned. Just 9 interconnected arrays? Guan Qingyan nodded. Yes, 9. Someone said, that's not right. We tried carving more than 10 arrays on the weapons before, but none of them became semi-divine weapons. Guan Qingyan said, the arrays have to be interconnected and combined. They are in fact only one array. Someone asked with complicated feelings, Xiao Guan, which array master did. You ask for help? Guan Qingyan shook his head. I can't tell you. Someone asked, then how many of such array masters does the scattered stars island have? Guan Qingyan replied, no more than 5. Immediately, someone was frustrated. That won't help. No more than 5 in the whole scattered stars island? They must be real grandmasters. Guan Qingyan continued, it will help. When I discussed arrays with Han Fei earlier, Han Fei proposed a theory called replication. He meant that you can learn the templates of arrays by heart and try to create the same weapons with the templates. If you can make one of those weapons, you can make a lot of them. Someone exclaimed, so, we only need to remember one template in order to craft some identical semi-divine weapons? Someone said, so, the key to making semi-divine weapons is the array masters instead of the refiners? No. While everybody was having a heated discussion, they heard a voice from over their head. At first, they were all puzzled that someone would be over their head. They raised their head, only to see a man crawling forward on the ceiling like a spider. Han Fei even greeted them with one hand and then said, Old Guan, something is wrong with that method. I've already tried it. He had come up with the idea at old Zhang's place when he crafted the Overlord earlier. However, he had a few experiments and realized that replication didn't work. Guan Qingyan's eyes glittered when he saw Han Fei. Brother Han, right on time. Why doesn't the method work? Many people were stunned and looked up at the ceiling. He is Han Fei? The genius refiner? Is it true that he became a 3-star refiner faster than Guan Qingyan did? Why is he hanging from the ceiling? Han Fei, however, jumped off from the ceiling and dashed over. Old Guan, have you refined a second weapon? Guan Qingyan frowned. Not yet. It's not easy to find a creature that can be sealed. Han Fei patted his shoulder. That's right. It isn't easy to refine a second weapon. Bei Hua and a few other old men couldn't help but remark, Han Fei, we've considered your idea and found it feasible. We never thought of melting the arrays earlier, so we never made semi-divine weapons, but we already have one semi-divine weapon that's made of ultimate materials. Han Fei waved his hand. Uncle Bei Hua, there's actually a problem with this. I've already tried it. There's only one possible way to successfully duplicate it. No other ways will help. Bei Hua asked, what's the way? Guan Qingyan's eyes lit up, what's the way? Everybody else, what's the way? Han Fei shook his head, wondering when Guan Qingyan became so reckless. He was the man who proposed the idea of array combination. Han Fei smiled bitterly and said, you may find it hard to believe, but the way is to set up the array while you craft an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. Things would be completely different if the arrays were set up after a spiritual weapon was made. Guan Qingyan asked, have you already tried it? How did it go? The array master that you found set up the array independently and didn't explain it to you, right? Guan Qingyan's expression slightly changed. Thank you for your enlightenment. That's true. Beihua was confused. It doesn't work? Why not? Hanfei replied, you need to understand the material features of the spiritual weapon if you carve the arrays after it's made. You have to adjust your force and method with your senses during the carving. So, an array master can carve arrays on the weapon, but we can't copy them. Guan Qingyan asked earnestly, have you come up with a solution, Brother Han? Han Fei waved his hand. We may have to study arrays. Also, the smaller a weapon is, the more difficult it will be to carve arrays on it. It's easy to work on a broad shield, but not so on a sword. Guan Qingyan nodded. Naturally. But Mu Jiar suddenly said, can't we create a combined interconnected array with ultimate materials and then fuse it into the weapon through the spirit forging technique? Isn't it possible? Hanfei was quite refreshed. Shoot. That's really an idea. Why didn't it occur to me sooner? Guan Qingyan shivered too. I think this might work. Beihua and the other two five-star refiners instantly changed their expression and looked at each other. Those young people deserved to be called genius refiners. Other people couldn't have thought from that point of view at all. Building an invisible array with visible materials was truly a groundbreaking idea. Beihua suddenly rose. Okay, everybody. The meeting is over. We'll run experiments and inform you of the results later. Time to go. Instantly, a refiner asked, Master Beihua, are you going to do the experiments now? Can we stay and observe? Before Beihua said anything, the oldest refiner had already started scolding him. You will only be annoyances to the experimenters. If it works, you will be informed later. Hanfei was quite stunned. Huh? Aren't we supposed to be having a lecture here? Is it over? Beihua looked at Hanfei casually. It was long over. We didn't discuss the way of making semi-divine weapons until it was over. Hanfei. It was not until everybody dispersed that Beihua finally asked, Hanfei, weren't you out on a mission? Why are you back so quickly? My mission is over. I came as fast as I could when I was told that a meeting was being held here. Beihua introduced him. Since you're here, let me introduce you. This is Li Feiyun, a five-star refiner from the refining hall of the Scattered Stars City. Hanfei crossed his hands. It's an honor to meet you, senior. The middle-aged man next to Beihua nodded at Hanfei casually. You are a creative young man. Good. Beihua continued, this is Wang Su, a five-star refiner who supervises all the 4 refining halls. He's also my teacher. Nice to meet you, sir. Stroking his beard, Wang Su said, I'm told that you became a 3-star refiner from a rookie in only 1 month. You're truly talented. If you can solve the problem of semi-divine weapons, it will be a great accomplishment. Work on it. Hanfei was suddenly suspicious. Seniors, wouldn't it be faster and more efficient if you work on the experiments yourselves? Beihua shook his head. As a matter of fact, we're already able to refine semi-divine weapons, but even if we can, it's only because we have good materials and sealed souls, so it's not really a breakthrough. There are few 5-star refiners on the Scattered Stars Island, and we can't teach the 3-star refiners our methods, which they won't be able to put into practice. Wang Su nodded. That's right. You, the young people, need to work on this. If You can work out a solution. Most 3-star refiners will be able to do the same. Li Feiyan also responded, let's just wait for the results. Beihua, those people are all your subordinates, so we'll leave it to you. Beihua nodded with a smile and walked them out. Mu Jiar, however, said, liar, I was told that you went to the sea. Did you fight anything? Like last time? Han Fei was lost for words. Stop calling me a liar. Have I ever lied to you? Mu Jiar puffed out her cheeks. As your senior sister, I can call you whatever I want. Having no time to bother her, Han Fei looked at Guan Qingyan. Old Guan, when did you craft this semi-divine weapon? Good for you. Guan Qingyan casually shook his head. I didn't craft a semi-divine weapon, it didn't become a semi-divine weapon until the arrays were carved on it. Beihua came back in and looked at Han Fei with a weird look. Are you really here for the lecture? Han Fei grinned. Oh. Right, I've also got a weapon. After that, Han Fei took out a golden harpoon and knocked it to the ground. Instantly, airwaves were spreading out. As a matter of fact, Han Fei had another battle suit and a harpoon. But nobody knew it, and he certainly wouldn't confess to it. Mu Jiar exclaimed, ah. Is this a semi-divine weapon that the half-mermaid heavenly talents use? Guan Qingyan approached it too. Did you loot a semi-divine weapon? For a moment, Guan Qingyan and Mu Jiar's attention were fixed on Han Fei's golden harpoon. For some reason, no data popped up in Han Fei's eyes, so he could not see the information of this weapon. The semi-divine weapon was truly a semi-divine weapon, but he realized in the battle that he could manage to block this weapon when he used his full strength. Han Fei's first idea was that the semi-divine weapon was not something that a hanging fisher could use at free will. Therefore, it wasn't very powerful in the hands of the half-mermaids. Otherwise, it would have been terrifying if it were only 1/100th as powerful as a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Beihua said, it's truly a weapon from the sea. It's the sea demon's standard semi-divine weapon. The three of them instantly looked at Beihua. Guan Qingyan asked, standard? Can this weapon be manufactured? This weapon is truly powerful, but the half-mermaids couldn't have carried out its full power, could they? Beihua nodded. I think it can be manufactured. We've actually looted a lot of golden battle suits and harpoons. At first, we thought they were divine equipment, but after careful studies, we found that they weren't divine equipment, but only semi-divine. All of them were constructed in the same way. It means that the sea demons are capable of bulk producing semi-divine weapons. Bulk producing? Beihua smiled. They're still powerful semi-divine weapons even if they were bulk produced. After all, they are already better than the best ultra-quality spiritual weapons, although they are not as good as the low-quality divine weapons. Han Fei thought for a moment and realized that the Overlord was exactly a semi-divine weapon. He had stolen Mu Jiar's idea, made use of old Zhang's way of drawing arrays, and sealed the blood fiend octopus, thereby making the Overlord a literal semi-divine weapon. It was also one of Han Fei's most important trump cards. Han Fei heaved a sigh. If only we could find out how to bulk produce them. Otherwise, we can only loot more if we want to use them. Guan Qingyan said, they're not readily usable. You have to reproduce them. Han Fei was stunned. Why? Aren't they semi-divine weapons? Mu Jiar laughed. They're the sea demon's weapons anyway. They were made in a completely different way. Also, those weapons require not just spiritual energy, but also demonic chi. How can you use them without demonic chi? Hanfei asked in surprise, is that true? Beihua nodded. Yes. We don't know the sea demon's way of refining. If we want to use the weapons, we can only melt them and reproduce them. After all, the materials will still be the same. However, if you make any mistake during the reproduction, they might end up as ultra-quality spiritual weapons. Hanfei was lost for words. Their level might drop? Mu Jiar scoffed. Of course. After all, the golden weapons are only partly made of materials better than the ultra-quality. They're not entirely made of divine weapon materials. So, their level will drop if you make a mistake in refining. Hanfei was rendered speechless. So, he had been happy for nothing. He would have to reproduce the equipment that he kept to himself. However, on second thought, Hanfei realized that it wasn't a problem. If he couldn't make it, he could just give them to the demon purification pot. In the future, when he learned the way to make combined and interconnected arrays, it wouldn't be a problem for him to craft semi-divine weapons. Hanfei came with great interest, and now that he found a definitive answer, he lost his interest. After all, he was incapable of crafting semi-divine weapons just yet. However, he had acquired the ocean book, which was a treasure. He would definitely make great progress in arrays if he studied it well. Also, he was quite occupied at this moment. Apart from the ocean book, he needed to work on the soul-splitting technique too. In terms of quality, the soul-splitting technique was much better than the grand soul hosting technique that he got from the undersea city. The grand soul hosting technique had a lot of shortcomings. After all, it was merely heaven-level, mid-quality. It might easily shatter one's soul. But the soul-splitting technique was different. It was heaven-level, divine quality, and much more sophisticated. It could almost preserve the soul forever. After learning the information on semi-divine weapons, Hanfei instantly said, "Well, Uncle Beihua, I'll be on my way. There's something else I have to do." Guan Qingyan quickly shouted, "Brother Han, should we work on the way to refine semi-divine weapons?" After all, Jiar just proposed a fantastic suggestion. Hanfei patted Guan Qingyan's shoulder, only to get a handful of ice. "Old Guan, do you have any illness? You're really cold." Guan Qingyan said solemnly, "It's just the technique that I practice. I'm actually fine." Hanfei nodded. Mu Jiar has proposed the idea anyway. Just run the experiments if you have time. Just try it first and tell me if it works. I'm a little busy right now. See you. Hanfei reached out to Lu Renquang and other friends the moment he left the refining hall. He had spent too much time with old Jiang instead of hanging out with his friends. "Lu Renquang, are you there?" He waited for a while, but there was no response. He thought that the man must be on a mission. "Xiaobai, are you on vacation today?" It wasn't until after he made the call that Hanfei realized that Luo Xiaobai seemed to be on a mission too. Zhang Xuanyu was traveling everywhere these days, and Xia Xiaochan was busy too. Forget it. I might as well go back and refine the semi-divine weapon first. Hanfei muttered. Hanfei's base was still the skeleton shore, but he wasn't too much of a leader at this moment. After the last batch of ultra-quality spiritual weapons were refined, everybody in the 8th Battalion had one with a sealed soul. Now, Besides, most of them had already repaid their debt after such a long time. It was probably time for him to initiate a new round of refining activities. While controlling the boat to fly back, Han Fei thought that he could take a peep at the sea-swallowing seashells of the two dead half-mermaids and see what was inside. Not good. All of a sudden, Han Fei realized a shocking fact: he didn't have many ultra-quality spiritual stones left. He slapped his thigh hard. He had spent a tremendous amount of spiritual energy on making money and refining. On the trip to the snow god's temple, he had almost used up all the spiritual spring energy and stones and forged the universe. There were only about 10 ultra-quality spiritual stones left, totaling up to 10 million points of spiritual energy. Han Fei instantly slapped his thigh. Damn it, I've really used too much spiritual energy recently. No, instead of making money through refining, I have to save more spiritual energy first. Immediately, Han Fei put a spiritual fruit into his mouth. He only had about 10 ultra-quality spiritual stones left, but he still had 18,000 spiritual fruits. About 1/3 of them were energy fruits. The rest were ordinary spiritual fruits and those which could slightly increase spiritual power. All things considered, he had 800 million points of spiritual energy. However, there were only two ways to absorb spiritual fruits. The first way was to eat them, which would take a long time to digest, but would be beneficial to his body. Another way was to crush them and let the spiritual energy disperse. This way was more violent and flawed. The first shortcoming was that the nutrition of the spiritual fruit could not nurture one's body, which was a huge loss, as the spiritual fruits could not only provide spiritual energy, but also increase one's health, body hardness, physical strength, etc. Secondly, the turbulent spiritual energy was hard to control. How could one conduct refining if one couldn't control the rampant spiritual energy? In terms of his swallowing ability at this moment, he couldn't eat anymore. After having 50 spiritual fruits in a row, he had to take a rest before he continued, or the spiritual energy inside his body would be disturbed. Well, I might as well take another one. When Han Fei came to the skeleton shore, he saw hundreds of boats flying at him and Cao Qiu standing on the leading boat. The moment he saw Han Fei, Cao Qiu raised his hand and shouted, "Han Fei! You're back?" Han Fei flew close and, seeing that many people on the boats, behind Cao Qiu, seemed to be crying, asked, "What happened? Did you fight a battle?" But Han Fei didn't think that was the case, as Cao Qiu would never go to the front line. Cao Qiu scratched his head and chuckled. "Well, we went out to test my poison." Han Fei's eyelids shivered. "You needed so many people to test your poison?" Immediately, someone said, "The skeleton shore has now become a desolate area because of the test." Wu Xiaoxiao and the others flew close on their boats. "Commander, you're finally back." Han Fei was confused. "Wait a moment, why do you say that the skeleton shore has become desolate?" Wu Xiaoxiao spoke to him telepathically, "Commander, you should not go out." Deputy Commander Chao made a breakthrough in poison making and developed the Poison God Plus. It killed all the creatures in a range of 2,000 meters. In the sea, when the tide carried it to the beach, a lot of creatures on the beach died too. Hiss. Han Fei looked at Cao Qiu in shock. Poison God Plus? How plus is it? Exactly? Cao Qiu said awkwardly, "It's just that I accidentally developed a contagious poison. I just tested it and things went a little bit out of control." however. Don't worry. I developed the poison by chance, and its effect will decline soon. The skeleton shore will be back to normal in a day at most. Han Fei raised his eyebrows and asked telepathically, how much do you have left, Cao Qiu looked anxious. Well, I really don't have much, how about you give me 100 kilograms first, Cao Qiu's expression changed quickly. I don't have that much. I've only made 30 kilograms in total, and I just used 10 of them, Han Fei thought of something and said to everybody, it's fine. The sea will purge the poison. Let's take a one-day rest. After everybody returned to the camp, Han Fei took Cao Qiu to a corner. The exploration in the snow god's temple had taught Han Fei the importance of the poison god, with which he killed 2 half-mermaid heavenly talents without any trouble. It was truly powerful. Han Fei urged, come on, give me half of what you have. Cao Qiu hesitated. I still needed to work on another recipe. Han Fei laid his hand on Cao Qiu's shoulder. You can continue your research. You know how much I need that. I can barter with you. Cao Qiu immediately replied, I can exchange it for 500 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei pushed Cao Qiu aside and looked at him with a stunned look. Cao Qiu. You've changed. Cao Qiu was gloomy. I lent you strikes of peak-level hidden fissures, and abundant poison god and poison king. Han Fei chuckled and said, that's all the past. Let's drop it. Besides, I shared the spirit awakening fluid with you last time I used you, poison god. It was meant to save the skeleton shore as well as yourself. Otherwise, could the skeleton shore have fended off all those sea demons? Cao Qiu rolled his eyes. I won't be fooled again. It's not easy to get poison. When I sell the poison to them, they aren't very eager to buy. Many good things can't be purchased with high-quality pearls. I'll accept points. If you want to buy the poison. Han Fei instantly walked forward and patted Cao Qiu's shoulder. It suddenly occurred to me that I don't really need it yet. Take your time to make the cure. I'll buy it from you when I'm richer. Cao Qiu. This time it was Cao Qiu who was panicked. You don't want it? You don't want Poison God Plus, Cao Qiu instantly said, I can give you a discount on the Poison God Plus. I think you should try it. It's a lot more powerful than the previous versions. Han Fei patted Cao Qiu's shoulder. That's fine. I still have some Poison God left. It will make do for now. I won't set sail anytime soon, so I might as well buy it when I do need to set sail. Bye-bye. Han Fei ran off and left Cao Qiu behind. While running, Han Fei murmured to himself, seriously? You want me to pay points? You think it's easy for me to get points? Han Fei quickly returned to his tree house and set up concealment, stealth, and defense arrays. After swallowing 30 spiritual fruits in a row, Han Fei looked at his own stats. Owner, Han Fei. Level 44, Intermediate Hanging Fisher. Spiritual Energy, 256, 122. Spiritual Power 1, 782/1, 799. Perception Range 17,999 meters. Spiritual Heritage Level 5, High Quality. Spiritual Beast Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 38. Main Art Void Breaking Technique, Volume 4 of Void Fishing, Demon Level. Divine Quality. Han Fei felt rather regretful. He had been too busy refining and learning. A raise to increase his spiritual energy limit and his spiritual power. Also, since he was already an intermediate hanging fisher, he should find a chance to deduce the 5th level of the void fishing art. If his guess was correct, there would be a qualitative change after he got a level 7 spiritual heritage. Unfortunately, it was impossible for him to get that soon, because the 6th level of void fishing seemed only available in the 1,000-star city. However, his current spiritual heritage wasn't bad at all. Besides, he had to save a lot of spiritual energy for a spiritual heritage breakthrough. If he had 50 spiritual fruits every 3 days, it would take 3 months for him to save 100 million points of spiritual energy. He could change the schedule and have 20 fruits every day. In that way, he could eat 60 fruits every 3 days, and the total time cost could be reduced by 10 to 20 days. Han Fei decided that in 3 months, he had to figure out a way to make a breakthrough on the sea. He couldn't do that on the Scattered Stars Island, which had too many experts. If he caused any unusual natural phenomena, he would be caught on the spot. And there might be dire consequences. However, before that, Han Fei needed to turn the few semi-divine weapons into a real one. On the other hand, he wondered if it was possible to combine the 3 semi-divine weapons into one divine weapon. But Han Fei dropped the thought quickly. A semi-divine weapon was already rare enough, and he would attract too much jealousy if he had a divine weapon. Immediately, Han Fei threw the golden harpoon into the demon purification pot. Refining with the demon purification pot required nothing but imagination and an investment of spiritual energy. Han Fei's first thought was to fix the water-dividing seal, which had been broken earlier. It showed that even an ultra-quality spiritual weapon with a sealed soul still wasn't good enough against a heavenly talent. As it happened, the water-dividing seal was a great weapon to slap people. Except that his technique was too lousy. Also, Han Fei thought that the approach that the technique adopted wasn't powerful enough. He decided he should get a powerful seal technique from the logistics division and deduce it to a higher level. Inside the demon purification pot, a harpoon was refined into a big seal, and the materials were being compressed crazily. A seal must be small enough to be held in one hand. When it was thrown out by a technique, it could turn large and heavy and smash the enemy. A moment later, Han Fei took a deep breath. He had consumed 2 million points of spiritual energy in storage when the small seal slowly flew out of the demon purification pot. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Golden Seal. Introduction: This is a weapon forged with the red sun mystic crystals. It weighs 88,000 kilograms and can penetrate any armor at a high speed. Quality: semi-divine weapon. Sealed spirit: none. Recastable. Unrefined. Note: because of the restrictions of its materials, it can only be reforged into a semi-divine weapon at best. Han Fei weighed the golden seal and felt that it was too light. As I expected, it can't compare to needle. It weighs only 88,000 kilograms. But it's a semi-divine weapon anyway, and it must be of a high quality. After all, it was rather large as a harpoon, and it's now so small after being refined into a seal. After storing the golden seal, Han Fei took a glance and realized that he only had 560,000 points of spiritual energy left, not enough to refine another semi-divine weapon. He had to eat fruits for a couple of more days before he continued his work. On the next day, after the training with the 108 Desolate God Body, Han Fei found 2 million more points on his badge. He had slightly more than 2,160,000 points. At the bottom on the front of the badge were the words, Guardian of the Sea, and a pattern above it with the number 30 next to it. Also, after the title was added to the badge, Han Fei saw that the badge was covered in a bright sheen. As it happened, Yu Lingyun and Wu Xiaoxiao were walking over to him. Wu Xiaoxiao spoke first. Captain, our team should be on duty today. You haven't been around, and Deputy Commander Chao is always too busy studying poisons to set sail with us. So, we've been going to the sea with only 4 of us. Han Fei hummed a response. That's fine. I can tell that Yu Lingyun will become an intermediate hanging fisher very soon. You'll have a breakthrough in a couple of days, right? Yu Lingyun nodded. That's right. There will be a breakthrough within 3 days. Han Fei said with a smile, after your breakthrough, I'll name you the captain. Then you can hire someone else for the team. Yu Lingyun slightly changed her expression, and Wu Xiaoxiao simply grabbed Han Fei's clothes and said cutely, Captain, are you going to abandon us? Han Fei hurriedly pulled his clothes back. Let's just talk, alright. I'm just too busy to be a captain. Wu Xiaoxiao said cautiously, but isn't being a scout your main job? Han Fei simply changed the topic and said, Hey, do you know why this badge is glowing? Everybody finally noticed Han Fei's badge. They all gasped, and Gu Daliang asked in shock, Captain, what have you done? Han Fei scratched his head. Huh? Leng Hui explained, you can't get the honor as a guardian of the sea without making huge contributions. Yu Lingyun added, it's impossible to get an honorary title through regular defense battles unless it's a massive battle and you make major contributions. Or, is there something we don't know about? Then, Yu Lingyun and the others all stared at Han Fei. Han Fei came back to himself. Hey, it's nothing. I merely proposed a possibility to refine semi-divine weapons. It hasn't been verified yet. Semi-divine weapons? All of them were shocked. It was already hard enough to get ultra-quality weapons with sealed souls unless they got 4 stars. But their captain had already got 4 stars and become a refiner soon after he arrived, not to mention that he even got an honorary title. It was certainly impossible to tell Yu Lingyun and the others about the exploration in the treasure trove. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. It's nothing. Let's go on patrol. We haven't done reconnaissance for a long time. Right, Wu Xiaoxiao, have you changed your technique? Wu Xiaoxiao was amused. I changed it 2 months ago. Oh? Is that so? Practice it harder and try to become an intermediate hanging fisher faster. Your breakthroughs are too slow. Look at me. I'm already one. Wu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and thought, I won't compare myself to you, In the sky above the skeleton shore, Han Fei spread out his senses. There are few creatures here today. Yu Lingyun asked, they weren't poisoned yesterday? Han Fei scoffed. How could they have all been poisoned? Wu Xiaoxiao said, it may sound unbelievable, but Deputy Commander Chao's poison was truly terrifying. Those creatures all mauled each other, and the poison spread everywhere. Did you not see that nobody scavenged on the skeleton shore today? Han Fei frowned. Is it really so powerful? Leng Hui explained, all the poisoned creatures will spread the poison. However, it seems that the toxicity will drop as it spreads out. Its symptoms are similar to those of the poison god. Han Fei was rather shocked. No wonder Cao Qiu charged such a high price. He really had developed a powerful poison. Han Fei decided that he should talk to him later and see if he could get some of the new poison god plus. 2 hours passed. Han Fei shook his head. Forget it, I haven't seen a single exotic creature today. Let's head back. Gu Daliang was confused. There aren't many exotic creatures even on other occasions. Han Fei was lost for words. Why do you keep undermining my authority, Han Fei said insightfully, Daliang, you're just too frank. By logic, a frank person should be a fast cultivator, but look at yourself. Is your weapon box full now? Han Fei was going to talk Gu Daliang into buying more weapons on credit, when he saw a boat flying towards him at a high speed with Lu Renquang on it. Han Fei waved his hand. Lu Renquang, what brought you here? I went to your place yesterday and you weren't there. However, when Lu Renquang came closer, Han Fei noticed something wrong. Lu Renquang was always smiling under normal circumstances. He often made jokes with Han Fei and then discussed what to eat with him. But this time, Lu Renquang looked quite awful and panicked. Han Fei's heart became heavy. What happened? What's wrong? Lu Renquang said with shivering lips, I'll tell you, but don't get too excited yet. Things might not be very serious. Han Fei instantly became grave. How could things not be serious when he was so panicked? Nearby, Yu Lingyun and the others sensed Han Fei's different vibe, which became oppressing. How could he have unleashed such a horrifying pressure when he was merely an intermediate hanging fisher? Han Fei said impatiently, tell me. What happened? You're here, but Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Xiaobai and Xia Shaochan aren't. Suddenly, Han Fei trembled, as Liang Tian mentioned earlier that Luo Xiaobai was involved in an operation with the Scattered Stars First Unit. Instantly, Han Fei roared, did anything happen to Luo Xiaobai? Lu Renquang quickly shook his head. Not her, not her. Han Fei was relieved, but then he got anxious again. If it weren't Luo Xiaobai, and because Zhang Xuanyu was with the inspectors and should be safe, Xia Shaochan was the only person who was always out. Bam. Spiritual energy exploded from Han Fei. Did anything happen to Xia Shaochan? Lu Renquang said in panic, don't be excited, don't be excited. She's just not back yet. It's possible that she will return soon. The wind god boat appeared in the sky. Seeing that, Lu Renquang recalled his boat and jumped on the wind god boat. Wait a moment, don't get excited yet. Han Fei glanced at Yu Lingyun and the others. You go back now. Leng Hui simply controlled the boat to fly away quickly. Wu Xiaoxiao asked, hey, why are we leaving so fast? It's possible that the captain needs our help. Leng Hui said casually, we won't be of any help. How do you know? Didn't you see how terrifying the captain became? The captain's friends can't be weak. Do you think we can defeat the captain if we fight him together? Wu Xiaoxiao cried, but we can still do our part. Leng Hui shook his head. We'll only hold him back. Don't forget that our captain has seniors on the Scattered Stars Island. Yu Lingyun agreed, that's right. We probably won't be of any help even if we go with him. On the other hand, Han Fei held back his fury and asked, coldly, how did she go missing? Doesn't the Dark Hunter Legion always go hunting together? Tell me. Seeing that Han Fei calmed down, Lu Renquang said, this is what happened. I received a mission to deliver assets from Xia Xiaochan's Dark Hunter Legion. Today. They're large batches of spirit awakening fluid. During the mission, I overheard that Xia Xiaochan might have been attacked. I asked them further and learned that Xia Xiaochan left her team and went missing. Han Fei asked, did they send a search party? They refused to tell me. Han Fei frowned, and his lips twitched hard. Didn't you tell them of our relationship? You could have revealed the Thug Academy too. I did. But they kicked me back. Han Fei's eyelid shivered. F***ck. When did it happen? A moment ago. The assets must have just been shipped to the logistics division. I came to you the moment I learned of the news. Han Fei clenched his fists, narrowed his eyes, and took a deep breath. If I go to the Dark Hunter Legion, will they ignore me? Lu Renquang shrugged. Probably. The Dark Hunter Legion always keeps its secret. Han Fei's lips trembled. Let's go to the Empyrean waterfall. Han Fei was enraged at first when he heard that Xia Xiaochan went missing. Xia Xiaochan told him that the Dark Hunter Legion wasn't very dangerous, and they always went hunting as teams. In that case, Xia Xiaochan must have had a lot of partners during the mission. What infuriated him was that those people were still delivering assets after Xia Xiaochan went missing, and that they refused to reveal anything after Lu Renquang told them his identity. That was outrageous. When he closed his eyes, his first thought was to go to Jiangqin or Old Jiang. However, on second thought, Old Jiang was living here in seclusion, and he would draw a lot of attention if he came out. At the same time, Jiangqin was leading a pioneer group, and it was unlikely for her to help him search for Xia Xiaochan. Therefore, Han Fei remembered Wang Dashui, the senior brother whom he had only seen twice. After flying several dozen kilometers, Han Fei suddenly turned around to the camp on the skeleton shore. Lu Renquang asked, where are we going? To fetch something. Yu Lingyun and the others hadn't returned to the skeleton shore yet, when they saw a red flash darting right past them. Their expression changed, and Leng Hui said, it's our captain. Did he return to the camp? Yu Lingyun nodded. Let's go and find out. Chao Qiao was sitting along on the skeleton shore. All the grasses and trees around him had withered. There wasn't even an ant nearby. He murmured before a huge pot. Well, I have to get something from him this time. I'll create an antidote first and then ask for at least 800 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. That's right. I'm going to charge him that. Underscore schwa, underscore bam, underscore. Chao Qiao trembled. He had just sensed that something was coming when Han Fei appeared before him in the next second. Chao Qiao was astounded. What's wrong? Have you thought it through? Let me tell you, I've really paid a fortune this time. Why do you look so terrible? Without a word, Han Fei grabbed Chao Qiao's waist tag and stuck his to it. I want all of your new poison, God. Chao Qiao shuddered. That's impossible. What do you want with that? Chao Qiao saw that the two waist tags were glittering, and that 2,160,000 points were transferred to his waist tag. Chao Qiao was shocked. When had Han Fei become so generous? He transferred all his points to him? That's uncanny, considering Han Fei's meanness. It was possible to buy more than 400 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid with 2,160,000 points. Han Fei must have had a good reason to give so many points to him. Chao Qiao wasn't an idiot. what happened? Han Fei threw the waist tag back and then extended his hand. A golden harpoon appeared and was stabbed into the ground. Han Fei didn't bother to answer him. A semi-divine weapon in exchange for a peak-level hidden fisher strike. Cao Qiu's mouth bulged. Can you tell me what happened first? Cao Qiu knew that something was wrong, however innocent he was. Han Fei was crazy. Even he only had one semi-divine weapon in his little treasury, yet Han Fei threw one at him so easily? It was definitely enough to exchange for the strike of a peak-level hidden fisher. Without thinking, Cao Qiu took out a piece of ancient jade. Han Fei, let me tell you, don't be reckless. You're not hoping to kill a hidden fisher, are you? It's dangerous. Han _Schwa_. Han Fei had already gotten onto the boat and flew away in a streak of red light. Yu Lingyun and the others finally arrived. They were all curious to see the golden harpoon before Cao Qiu's eyes. Wu Xiaoxiao asked in a stun, Deputy Commander Cao, was our captain here just now? Cao Qiu suddenly shivered. I was going to look for you. What's wrong with Han Fei? Why is he so angry today? Yu Lingyun said, it seems that one of the captain's former teammates went missing? Hiss. Cao Qiu asked in shock, who was it? Xia Xiaochan? Cao Qiu was only familiar with Xia Xiaochan and didn't know the others well. So his first thought was her. Wu Xiaoxiao was surprised. Huh? Do you know her? Cao Qiu immediately slapped his thigh. We're screwed. Those people might not know Han Fei very well, but he did. Earlier, Han Fei ran all the way from the sea grassland to the undersea city and killed 1,000 people on the day while he searched for Xia Xiaochan. This time, Xia Xiaochan had gone missing, and Han Fei looked so brutal just now that Cao Qiu had no doubt he would have been killed if he hadn't offered the poison or the ancient jade. Leng Hui, on the other hand, looked at the harpoon and asked, Commander Cao, is this harpoon from the sea demons? Oh. Yes, it's a semi-divine weapon. Cao Qiu was thinking about Han Fei and accidentally spoke the truth. Then, he covered his mouth and stored the golden harpoon. Stop asking. Forget everything you've seen today. Yu Lingyun, I now name you the captain of the 37th squad. Get someone from the 66th squad so that your squad will be full. Yu Lingyun glared at him. Why? Commander Cao, our captain is only away for personal business. Cao Qiu rolled his eyes. What did they know? Considering Han Fei's behavior just now, something would definitely go wrong. While he was close to Han Fei, he couldn't cover up for him, and he could only do something to help with the situation. Otherwise, the 37th squad would be interrogated if Han Fei caused any trouble. Cao Qiu instantly said, this is an order. Also, don't reveal anything that happened today. If anyone asks, you'll say that Han Fei resigned a long time ago and you established a new squad at the Empyrean waterfall. There was a steep cliff at the edge of the twisted jungle that was more than 1,800 meters tall, so the waterfall from the cliff was particularly magnificent. Because the water fell for too long in midair, and the place was quite windy. The bottom of the Empyrean waterfall was always misty. The Empyrean waterfall was most famous for the lake at the bottom, which was connected to the depths of the Scattered Stars Island and said to be inhabited by monsters. Some peak-level hanging fishers once explored the lake but never made it back. Then, some hidden fishers explored it and never returned either. In the end, a law enforcer entered it and returned with grave wounds. He then forbade everybody from entering the lake without permission. To prevent the creatures in the lake from sneaking out, a minor camp had been set up, and certain quirky guys lived here, such as the door-holding man. However, at this moment, Han Fei was in no mood to consider the secrets of the Empyrean waterfall or appreciate the scenery. Lu Renkuang had been here once before, to ask Wang Dashui to rescue Han Fei from the Scattered Stars prison. Therefore, Lu Renkuang went straight to Wang Dashui's residence this time. Wang Dashui's residence was quite enjoyable and had a small garden with a coverage of 1,000 square meters. Ha ha ha. Junior brother, what brought you here? Before they knocked at the door yet, Wang Dashui had emerged from the twisted jungle and ran towards him. The earth was shaking under his stampede. Han Fei didn't look too well at this moment. He took a deep breath and said, "Senior brother, I need your help." Wang Dashui was briefly stunned. "You look rather grave. What's wrong? Was anyone mean to you? Let's go. I'm going to smash them." Han Fei said quickly, "Senior brother, can you break into the Dark Hunter Legion?" Wang Dashui came to a halt and the smile on his face was gone. He smacked his lips and said, "That's rather serious." "No problem, we can." Han Fei put on a smile. "Senior brother, we might have to beat someone." Wang Dashui smiled and said, "That's fine. Beating up someone is nothing if we're breaking in. I've got you covered." The three of them turned around, and Han Fei suddenly said, "Lu Renkuang, you go back." Lu Renkuang instantly roared furiously, "You wish. This is your business as much as it's mine." Han Fei nodded. "Okay, let's go there and break in. We'll see if they'll talk." Han Fei sneered. If the Dark Hunter Legion still refused to speak the truth, he would have to call old Jiang or Jiang Qin. Wang Dashui chuckled and said, "Don't worry, even the leader of the Dark Hunter Legion is just a peak-level hidden fisher, and he can't be in the base. The rest are easy to deal with." "However, my brother, what happened exactly?" Han Fei said gravely, "Xia Xiaochan went missing, and the Dark Hunter Legion isn't confessing at all." Wang Dashui nodded solemnly. "Then we do have to ask them properly." The Dark Hunter Legion was the most mysterious of all the organizations on the Scattered Stars Island. Even if the outsiders knew the location of their base, they might find nobody inside the base after they walked in. After all, the hunters were best at hiding themselves, especially those in the Dark Hunter Legion. They were in a stealthy state during the day and night, and they were always inactive. At this moment, in a quiet wood, several hunters were communicating telepathically in their stealthy states. All of a sudden, an enormous object flew close from the sky. "Who's there?" _thud_. A tall tree was broken into halves, and several hunters dashed out. One corner of an enormous door was stabbed into the grassy land. All the grass within a 200-meter radius had been bent by the wind. On the Scattered Stars Island, no organizations would take precautions against dangers on the island internally. Nobody realized anything wrong until the door fell from the sky. It was already too late when they realized it. The door crashed and caused a violent earthquake within several dozen kilometers. Amidst the flying grasses, Wang Dashui, Han Fei, and Lu Renkuang stood next to the door quietly. Wang Dashui roared like a beast king, making the grasses flutter. "Dark Hunter Legion, come out and meet me." Normally speaking, the leaders of the big organizations such as the Dark Hunter Legion were very strong. Most had 6 stars, and some even had 7 stars. However, this place was not the Dark Hunter Legion's base, so it was already rare enough that a 6-star deputy commander was here. 500 hunters approached them. Some were stealthy on the trees, among the grasses, and even underground. About 80 of them had shown up openly, and they surrounded Han Fei and the others. Han Fei looked around and easily noticed Shui Ran, whom he had seen once earlier, in the crowd. She seemed to be Xia Xiaochan's captain or something. Shui Ran was also briefly stunned to see Han Fei. Then her eyes constricted. However, someone frowned when they saw Lu Renquang. You again? Didn't we tell you that the outsiders needn't know the issues of the Dark Hunter Legion? It was an indifferent-looking man who spoke. He wasn't intimidated by Wang Dashuai's 6-star waist tag, because he had a 5-star one himself, or he wouldn't have been qualified to speak on behalf of other people. _Schwa_. However, the moment he said that, Han Fei performed the draw technique and landed right in front of him. Han Fei's attack was astonishingly fast after he mastered the air-breaking strike. It was beyond the man's expectation that Han Fei would dare to attack in front of so many people. Also, the attack was brutal and locked onto him. He had no time to react at all. An ultra-quality battle suit appeared on the hunter's body, and an illusionary scorpion emerged behind him. He waved his dagger 16 times in a row and finally managed to block Han Fei's attack with the help of the scorpion's sting. _crack_. After fending off Han Fei's attack, the ultra-quality daggers in the hunter's hands were shattered. How dare you? You're truly bold. Boy, you're asking to be killed. The hunter who was attacked said gloomily, Where are you from? You dare to come to the Dark Hunter Legion for trouble? Han Fei glanced at him coldly and pointed at Lu Renquang. Did you refuse to answer his question? The man replied gloomily, Yes, so what? Han Fei raised his knife. I didn't try my best in the previous attack. You would have been dead if you had met me on the sea. Then, a woman who was wearing tight black clothes walked forward and said angrily, Door-holding man, what's the meaning of this? Are you stirring trouble in the Dark Hunter Legion with these 2 little guys? Wang Dashuai laid a hand on the big door. I'm here to ask about my junior sister's whereabouts. I'll lay the Dark Hunter Legion to the ground if you don't tell. The 6-star hunter's eyes were cold. I'm Pei Yi from the 3rd Division of the Dark Hunter Legion. I've long heard about the door-holding man. It's time. I see what you're capable of. Pei Yi disappeared the moment after he said that. Spiritual energy exploded underneath Wang Dashuai's feet, and the green door rose to the sky. As Wang Dashuai punched the big green door, it echoed like a bell. He then turned his head and smashed down the door that had been expanded to 100 meters long. _thud_. The hunters within the coverage of the door were all shocked. They all dashed aside, trying to escape the attack. However, it never occurred to them that, while Wang Dashuai and the big door looked clumsy, they were remarkably fast. Pei Yi had to reveal herself. Her 5-star subordinates couldn't resist Wang Dashuai's attack, so she fearlessly stood in front of him. _thud_. After a huge noise, Pei Yi was flung backwards, and all the hunters within a 100-meter radius vomited blood. Dozens of trees had exploded under the smack. Han Fei and Lu Renquang, who had rarely seen Wang Dashuai attack, looked at each other, astonished at the brutality of their innocent-looking senior. brother. The enemy was also a 6-star expert, yet she couldn't even take one strike from him. Also, under the strike, more than 30 hunters with 5 and fewer stars, who had been hiding in the sky, were wounded. Thud. Wang Dashui stabbed the door into the ground again. Now, are you ready to answer my questions? Pei Yi's lips were bloody when she walked out of the wood. She looked at Wang Dashui weirdly. However, neither Wang Dashui nor Han Fei really cared about it. They were here to ask questions. If those people were unwilling to answer, they would beat those people until they changed their mind. Pei Yi gnashed her teeth. Door-holding man, don't forget the rules on the Scattered Stars Island. Wang Dashui, however, grinned and smiled innocently. My junior sister has gone missing, and you talk about rules with me? Let me just ask you, are you going to answer me or not? Wang Dashui was so dominating at this moment that all the hundreds of people were silent. Pei Yi wavered. She wasn't one of the weaklings who had 4 or 5 stars. As the deputy commander of the Dark Hunter Legion, she knew a lot of stuff. There were certain disobedient people on the Scattered Stars Island, and few of the brutal men living at the Empyrean waterfall were reasonable. Their unreasonableness was exactly the reason why they were relocated to such a dangerous place as the Empyrean waterfall. Pei Yi compromised. Xia Xiaochan went missing, and someone from her school had come demanding an explanation. It seemed that she had to offer one. Although she had already contacted the leader, he probably wouldn't arrive soon. However, if Wang Dashui kept making a fuss, things might turn out to be quite ugly. Pei Yi commanded, Shui Ran, Pei Yi and Feng Rou, step out. After they stepped out, Pei Yi said, they led 30 hunters on that mission. You're free to ask them. However, door-holding man, let me remind you that you're breaking the rules. The law enforcers and the Scattered Stars prison may come after you later. Wang Dashui chuckled and didn't consider it a big deal. He looked at Han Fei. Junior brother, you ask. Han Fei only knew Shui Ran, so after Shui Ran stepped out, he knew that she must know something. Han Fei stared at her coldly. How many of the 30 hunters returned alive? Shui Ran was briefly stunned. She had thought that Han Fei would directly ask about Xia Xiaochan and didn't expect that. She also didn't expect that Han Fei would find such a powerful ally to break into the Dark Hunter Legion. Shui Ran stated, 20 people made it back alive. Han Fei slightly narrowed his eyes. A 30% casualty rate indicated that it wasn't a simple mission. Han Fei continued, what mission were you on? Shui Ran frowned and looked at Pei Yi, who nodded and said, if he dares to ask, just tell him. Shui Ran gazed at Han Fei and said, the mission was to enter the undersea chimney and compete over the spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei's pupils constricted. He realized why Xia Xiaochan had an attack. Last time she had an attack, it was when he killed the half-mermaid on the skeleton shore and offered her spirit awakening fluid. She refused him and said that she had been making too fast progress and she might lose control of herself. It had been quite a long time since then, and Xia Xiaochan never had any attack. However, the case was different in the undersea chimney. Not only was it dangerous, but the spirit awakening fluid would also affect her control of her strength. Han Fei took a deep breath and asked again, tell me what happened. Shui Ran looked at a tree on the right side. Gong Wenhai, Yang Ying, come down here. Han Fei was rather angry to see Gong Wenhai. He hated that man. However, he knew Xiao Xiaochan's temper very well. It was impossible for him to ever take advantage of Xiao Xiaochan. As for Yang Ying, she looked plain and had an unremarkable face. She was slim and was as cold as any other hunter. Yang Ying was looking at Han Fei in a cold way too. She must have loathed Han Fei for what he was doing too. Gong Wenhai gazed at Han Fei gravely and somewhat mockingly. It was rather embarrassing that he failed to take one attack from Han Fei last time. This time, Han Fei had barged into the Dark Hunter Legion with helpers, but did he really think that he wouldn't be punished for doing that? Han Fei looked at Shui Ran. There should be 10 members in each team. Why are there only 2 in this one? Before Shui Ran replied, Gong Wenhai had said, 6 members of our team have died. Han Fei's eyelids slightly shivered. Tell me what happened. Gong Wenhai sneered. What happened? On our mission, half-mermaids, inferior manfish, the red demons, and many more sea demons broke into the undersea chimney with us. It was very chaotic. When we fought over the spirit awakening fluid, Xiao Xiaochan suddenly went on a rampage and attacked her teammates. 3 of our teammates were heavily wounded by her and got exposed and surrounded by the sea demons, until we had to get out and call for help. Yang Ying added, that's the reason why 6 members of our team perished. As she spoke, Yang Ying raised her left hand, and the little finger on it was already gone. Yang Ying said, Xiao Xiaochan did this. If I hadn't reacted in time, my hand would have been severed. Gong Wenhai nodded. I do like Xiao Xiaochan, but it's an undeniable fact that she has become a traitor. She truly did that. Han Fei raised his knife. Next time, think before you speak, and don't tell lies, or there may be dire consequences. Faced with Han Fei's threat, Gong Wenhai smiled. Gong Wenhai sneered. Yang Ying and I personally witnessed Xiao Xiaochan's rampage. Then, Captain Shui Ran did too. You think we're all lying? Han Fei said indifferently, who knows if it was because of you? You may have poisoned or enchanted her. Shut up if you don't have valid evidence. There was anger in Gong Wenhai's eyes. You're being unreasonable. Do you want to kill me? Han Fei said coldly, for saying that, I'll surely kill you if I ever meet you on the sea. Gong Wenhai raised his eyebrows. He was intimidated by Han Fei's scary eyes, knowing that the man really wanted to kill him. Shui Ran said coldly, your name is Han Fei, isn't it? You'd better think before you speak too. Han Fei glimpsed at her. I didn't ask you anything, so shut up. Shui Ran was briefly stunned by the young man's arrogance. Did he not know whose territory he was on? Actually, Han Fei didn't intend to show anyone respect on this trip. Jiang Qin and old Jiang could cover up for him for breaking into the Dark Hunter Legion. Even if Wang Dashui couldn't. He didn't care about that. What he really cared about was Xiao Xiaochan's whereabouts. It might be impossible for other people to find Xiao Xiaochan, but he could. With Little White helping with the tracking, it was only a matter of time for him to find Xiao Xiaochan. Han Fei asked again, was Xiao Xiaochan wounded back then? Yang Ying replied, no, Xiao Xiaochan went crazy too suddenly. She then ran off on her own. We were too busy handling the situation to chase her. Gong Wenhai tried, but failed to catch her. Han Fei glanced at Gong Wenhai, who looked at Han Fei with mockery. She ran to the deep sea. You know how fast Xiao Xiaochan is. Also, allow me to make a correction. I wasn't the only one chasing her, some sea demons did too. Han Fei frowned. What are you getting at? Gong Wenhai shut his mouth as he had said enough. There were two possibilities as to why the sea demons chased Xia Xiaochan. Firstly, the sea demons might have chased Xia Xiaochan to seek revenge because she killed their fellows. The other possibility, and the more terrible one, was that Xia Xiaochan was a traitor. Han Fei simply looked at Pei Yi. Where is that undersea chimney? Pei Yi shook her head. It's useless even if you know where it is. That place is already occupied by sea demons. The battle must be over by now, and the undersea chimney should already be gone. Han Fei said calmly, just tell me the location. Pei Yi smiled coldly. 8,000 kilometers to the south of the hell. Sure. However, if I remember correctly, you're banned from going to the sea. Aren't you? Han Fei was briefly stunned. Wang Dashui was banned from going to the sea? He had never thought about it before. He always believed that Wang Dashui stayed on the Scattered Stars Island for some other reason. Did he have two senior brothers and sisters out there? He hadn't seen them yet since he came to the Scattered Stars Island. Why was Wang Dashui the only one who was forbidden from going to the sea? Wang Dashui scoffed. It doesn't matter. I can go there. Han Fei shook his head. Senior brother, I'll take care of it on my own. Lu Renquang added, I'll join you. Han Fei glanced at Lu Renquang. You can't. You have great talents, yet you refuse to train hard. You'll only hold me back if I take you. Heh. You're just an intermediate hanging fisher, and you want to sail 8,000 kilometers away? Gong Wenhai, however, chuckled with mockery all over his eyes. Han Fei looked at him. I hate cynical people the most. I now have one more reason to kill you. Gong Wenhai became grim and felt infuriated, as Han Fei did not seem to consider him a big deal at all. However, before Gong Wenhai spoke, a voice had come from the sky, you can drop the thought of going to the sea. Come back to the Scattered Stars prison with me. Then, another voice came, Wang Dashui, you broke into the Dark Hunter Legion and hurt my subordinates. You think the Dark Hunter Legion has no experts? Zhang Ting of the Scattered Stars prison came. A cold middle-aged expert came along with him. Wang Dashui scratched his head. It's a little bit tricky, but it doesn't matter. Junior brother, I don't think you should go. It's slightly dangerous. I'll figure out a way and go there in person later. Han Fei shook his head. Senior brother, I'm the one who can locate Xia Xiaochan the fastest. Wang Dashui looked at Han Fei with rare solemnity. Do you have to go? Han Fei nodded. Yes. Wang Dashui grinned. Good, junior brother. I'll block the two of them for you. You can go. After Wang Dashui said that, Zhang Ting and the cold man in the sky both changed their expression. Zhang Ting warned, Wang Dashui, don't make any mistake. I have reason to believe that Xia Xiaochan has betrayed mankind. I'm only taking Han Fei to ask him some standard questions. Han Fei glimpsed at Zhang Ting. Go f***ck yourself. Everybody was shocked by what Han Fei said. He had cursed a 7-star expert and provoked the current warden of the Scattered Stars prison in public. Was there something wrong with his head? Han Fei, however, took out the Wind God boat and leaped on it. Zhang Ting couldn't have looked more awful. Han Fei, do you know what you're doing? Hew. A streak of light crossed the sky. The Wind God boat was truly fast when it was at full speed. Zhang Ting and the cold man took action almost at the same time. However, a roar echoed on the ground and made the air tremble. Carrying the big door, Wang Dashui stepped into the sky and smashed it at the two guys, while dazzling greenness was emanating from his body and the door. Han Fei had thought about it carefully. If he didn't go, but let Zhang Ting take him away, he would be under watch again. Even though he was now a member of the Scattered Stars First Unit, he had only carried out one mission, and he didn't have a lot of supporters. Even if Zhang Ting didn't do anything, it would be difficult for him to track Xia Xiaochan if he were held in custody for a few days. Also, if what Gong Wenhai said was true, it would be a big problem if Xia Xiaochan's episode was over and she wanted to come back. She would definitely be taken straight to the Scattered Stars prison. By then, nobody could save her except old Jiang. However, Han Fei didn't think that old Jiang was free on the Scattered Stars Island, or he wouldn't have settled down in the Twisted Jungle. Therefore, after finding Xia Xiaochan, Han Fei wouldn't return to the Scattered Stars Island anytime soon. His thought was to kill some half-mermaid heavenly talents first, so that his contributions could make up for his mistake. At the same time, Han Fei needed to set sail for a personal reason too. He had to infer the 5th level of void fishing at a right time and a right place. If he stayed on the Scattered Stars Island, he had to wait for a mission or a sea demon scourge in order to secure 100 kills. He wouldn't be qualified to advance until several months later, however. Frequent the missions and battles were, which meant that he couldn't go to the sea soon. Therefore, Han Fei had decided to set sail without permission. Although it might lead to a lot of ramifications, Han Fei had no time to care about that anymore. Nobody in this place would care about someone else's life. Xia Xiaochan was a heavenly talent too, but nobody cared if she was still alive. However, Han Fei cared about her. If he had taken Lu Renquang and the others with him, they would be too attractive a target, and he would be faster on his own. 80,000 kilometers was not very far. With the wind god boat speed, the journey only took 4 hours. However, Han Fei's high speed attracted the attention of many people and creatures. There were battlefields on the sea beyond the periphery of the Scattered Stars Island. It was just that they had been beyond Han Fei's reach. On Han Fei's way, Han Fei happened upon a fight between human beings and half-mermaids. The human beings were led by a 7-star expert. When Han Fei passed on the wind god boat, the 7-star expert only had the time to ask, "You only have 4 stars. How dare you set sail?" Then, there was nothing. The wind god boat had already flown away. The expert had to take care of the battlefield and had no time to chase him. On the other hand, Han Fei saw half-mermaids on the surface of the sea during the flight. Some red demons occasionally jumped out. But most creatures were just ordinary inferior manfish. Some of them even stupidly chased after the red light behind the wind god boat. Apart from the sea demons, Han Fei also saw a shoal of fish that could gather into a beam of light and dash thousands of meters in midair. Their ability was almost as remarkable as teleportation. There were also creatures as enormous as dragons. Their shadows could be seen on the surface of the sea. Observed with the naked eye, they would remind anyone of the terrible undersea monsters. Han Fei spread out his senses and found that he ran into more than 50 exotic creatures during the trip. Some creatures had escaped, or looked back at Han Fei from the bottom of the sea the moment Han Fei detected them. Hiss! The unknown place is indeed much more terrifying than the level 3 fishery. When Han Fei found the so-called undersea chimney, a heated battle was still going on there. The spirit awakening fluid was already gone. However, the place was strewn with dead bodies. The powerful sea creatures had left, leaving the common or rare creatures fighting each other and swallowing the remains. The so-called undersea chimney was more like the crater of an undersea volcano. However, Han Fei didn't know what the undersea chimney should look like, because its upper level had been raised and there were rock pieces everywhere. Han Fei's first thought after he came to this place was that he needed the spiritual energy. Yes, so many sea creatures were dead in this place that the seabed had almost been occupied. More and more regular creatures were joining every moment, adding to the chaos of the place. Because too many creatures were dead, the spiritual energy here was particularly sufficient. Han Fei glanced at his 500,000 points of spiritual energy, which wouldn't be enough if he ran into any trouble. He needed at least 100 million points of spiritual energy that could be readily available. Here at the raised undersea chimney, where thousands of bodies were gathered, Han Fei didn't think it was a problem to gather several million points of spiritual energy, even though some of the spiritual energy had dispersed. Han Fei didn't forget to look for Xia Xiaochan, but he couldn't find her without enough spiritual energy. Otherwise, if anything happened and a battle took place, it would be hard for him to weather through rounds of battles. After all, he was merely an intermediate hanging fisher, and he wasn't qualified to come to this place. After confirming that no exotic creatures were around, Han Fei recalled the boat and jumped into the sea. Almost in an instant, thousands of creatures went around Han Fei and bit him. All kinds of auras, stings, needles, and poisons were sprayed at him. 200 blue sea wandering dragon daggers burst out from Han Fei's body and constituted a sphere around him, revolving crazily. Absorb now. He couldn't control the blue sea wandering dragon daggers for long, due to his spiritual power. Considering Han Fei's current status, when the creatures lunged at him so crazily, he probably could only sustain for half an hour, maybe shorter. So, Han Fei quickly sank to the bottom of the sea and stood on a spirit gathering array. Immediately, he was surrounded by a storm of spiritual energy. By common sense, the creatures above level 40 knew what was good and what was bad for them. At least in the level 3 fishery, the sea creatures already knew to cherish their lives. However, at this moment, the creatures were all crazy, and they were like moths darting at fire. Han Fei was this fire. At this moment, spiritual energy was concentrated on him from all directions. Even though countless ultra-quality spiritual weapons were revolving around him, infinite creatures were still coming at him. The center of Han Fei's eyebrows was flashing as a tremendous amount of spiritual energy flowed in. It was much faster than swallowing spiritual fruits. About 25,000 points of spiritual energy was absorbed every second. However, after about 100 seconds, Han Fei realized that he couldn't sustain the 10,000 knives in one anymore, mainly due to the lack of his spiritual power. Immediately, the seawater within 100 meters became thick, and water blades were rolling. All the creatures within the range were ripped apart. The infinity water was a valuable treasure, and Han Fei couldn't carry out its real value yet. So far, Han Fei's only understanding of the infinity water was that it could transform seawater into blades. However, the water blades were a lot weaker than the 10,000 knives in one. At the same time, the infinity water consumed Han Fei's mental power too. although it posed a lesser burden than the 10,000 knives in one did. Unfortunately, Han Fei felt that his head was dizzy after 100 seconds. Because there were too many creatures around him. He had the demon purification pot to absorb spiritual energy, but he couldn't resist the attacks of so many crazy creatures. So, after absorbing 4 million points of spiritual energy, Han Fei fled from the undersea chimney. Han Fei suddenly disappeared and reappeared in Forge the Universe in the next moment. Looking at the spiritual energy in storage, Han Fei heaved a soft sigh, regretting that he shouldn't have been so extravagant back on the scattered Stars Island. When he tamed Snowmorn in the Snow God's Temple, he almost used up all the disposable spiritual energy in Forge the Universe. The rest of the ultra quality spiritual stones only amounted to 10 million points of spiritual energy in total, which wasn't nearly enough. Han Fei put 30 spiritual fruits into his mouth and trained for 2 hours. After digesting those spiritual fruits, his spiritual energy in storage reached 7 million. Seeing that number, Han Fei instantly threw the half-mermaid's golden battle suit into the demon purification pot. A moment later, Han Fei reluctantly spent 2,500,000 points of spiritual energy to make a new battle suit. Name: Golden Battle Suit. Introduction: This is a weapon forged with the Red Sun Mystic Crystals. It weighs 108,000 kilograms and contains a golden barrier that can bounce back half of the power when attacked. Quality: Semi-divine weapon. Sealed spirit: None. Recastable. Unrefined. Note: because of the restrictions of its materials, it can only be reforged into a semi-divine weapon at best. Sitting cross-legged and training for 2 hours, Han Fei opened his eyes and, after a flash, he appeared at the bottom of the sea. When Han Fei appeared, an insect nearby was so scared that it quickly slithered away. Han Fei wasn't bothered. He spread out his senses and didn't find many unusual creatures nearby, so he summoned Little Black and Little White. Because of the restraints on the scattered Stars Island, Han Fei hadn't summoned Little White and Little Black for a long time except during the trip to the Snow God's Temple. At this moment, Han Fei touched Little White's head and said, "Daughter, look for Xia Xiaochan and the hexagon starfish." Little Black, on the other hand, swooshed out and bit through a fish. It even tore the fish apart. Han Fei shouted angrily, "Get back. This is no time for fun. Don't run about." Little White had already wandered several rounds. She aimed at the undersea chimney not far away first, before she turned to the depths of the sea. Han Fei's heart became heavy as Xia Xiaochan went to the deep sea. Han Fei and other powerful creatures kept a distance from undersea chimney, because the spirit awakening fluid was already out and a lot of regular and rare creatures were gathered. After all, even if the exotic creatures and inferior manfish were strong, they couldn't last for long in front of such an overwhelming number of enemies. Even Han Fei had only endured 10 minutes in this place with the help of the 10,000 knives in one and the infinity water. Han Fei looked back regretfully. If he weren't in such a rush, he could go there and absorb spiritual energy every 6 hours. Then, he would be able to get 10 million points of spiritual energy in a day. However, he had no time for that. It had already been 6 hours since he left the scattered Stars Island, and even longer since Xia Xiaochan had an attack and ran to the depths of the sea, which must have been 15 hours earlier. In the dangerous unknown place, Han Fei didn't know anything about what was out there, and neither did Xia Xiaochan. At a moment like this, he could only pray that Xia Xiaochan's episode was over, and the hexagon starfish pulled her into a gate. In that case, the odds were quite high that she could be found. In terms of escape and survival, the hexagon starfish was definitely a professional with all its arrays and legacies. However, after swimming 200 kilometers, Han Fei suddenly heard the sharpest noise in his ears. He grunted and scanned, only to discover that a transparent creature was charging at him in the middle of a tide from 3,000 meters away. Han Fei instantly spat out and blocked his ears with 2 handfuls of mud. He then swam forward as if nothing had happened. However, the noise wasn't weakened by the blockage of ears at all. Han Fei vomited blood when he was 1,000 meters from the source of the noise. Damn it. What's that? Little Black, kill it. Naturally, the transparent creature couldn't discover Little Black, so it stopped shrieking after Little Black bit off half of its body. At this moment, Han Fei arrived and saw information in his eyes. Name: Tsunami Jellyfish. Introduction: This is an exotic creature that can absorb sounds. It can turn sound into a sharp power that penetrates the enemy's mental barrier to wound or kill them. It then can absorb the enemy's spiritual power. When encountering an enemy, the tsunami jellyfish could mistake the enemy into thinking that it was somewhere else with the sound. It contains shrilling pearls that can increase spiritual power. Level 46. Quality: exotic. Spiritual energy: 6,124 points. Effect: it can increase spiritual power after being eaten. Collectible: shrilling pearls. Absorbable. Upon seeing the creature, Han Fei was intrigued. Little Black, stop biting. And keep it alive. Han Fei simply grabbed the tsunami jellyfish. He wondered what would happen if he were to seal the tsunami jellyfish into his knife. Could it still unleash this high-pitched noise to disturb the enemy's mind? Immediately, Han Fei took out the blood-drinking knife and sealed the soul. _schwa, _. Han Fei slashed the blood-drinking knife, which had a new sealed soul, at a sand lobster, which was stunned when the knife was still 500 meters away. It failed to react until it was cut into halves. Immediately, Han Fei's eyes glittered. It was true that the sea was the place where one could really become strong. He had found a tsunami jellyfish only 6 hours after he left the scattered Stars Island. It was very significant. If the half-mermaid heavenly talent he fought had been stunned for a moment in battle, he would have cut the enemy into halves back then without taking any risk. To some extent, it was even more practical and surprising than a 30% increase of speed. However, back on the scattered Stars Island, Han Fei had never seen the tsunami jellyfish. Not even once. It suggested that the scattered Stars Island was rather barren in terms of resources. It was like a base in the unknown place, and those on the scattered Stars Island were essentially staff in the base. Only those who fought on the sea out there were real warriors who could grow fast. The people who feared the intrusion of sea demons on the scattered Stars Island every day were essentially office workers who were quite safe. However, the consequence of being safe was slow growth. An example was that they could never catch a tsunami jellyfish near the shore, because such jellyfish never went there. Little White continued leading the way. After swimming another 100 kilometers, Han Fei saw an overwhelming number of squids that came at him like missiles. Han Fei was lost for words. He didn't think those squids were hostile, it just so happened that he was in their way. Han Fei quickly rose to the water above, as those squids would squirt poisons if they were alarmed. If it were another time, Han Fei might have considered challenging them. After all, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect needed nutrition too. So far, it was still level 31 and hadn't reached level 32 yet. However, he was in the middle of an emergency, and he didn't intend to waste his time here. But the moment Han Fei swam up, he sensed that hundreds of winged fish were swarming at him. Han Fei? In his senses, the mouths of the big winged fish were all several meters long. And their body was almost 5 meters long. Their fins were straight and looked like wings of a plane. They didn't look friendly at all. Han Fei intended to dodge again. However, he was quite curious what the creatures were, so he didn't flee too far. When those fish saw Han Fei, dozens of them left the shoal and simply lunged at him. After Han Fei saw the information of the fish clearly, he was lost for words. Rays? They were more likely to be manta rays. Name: Flying Ray. Introduction: This is an extremely fast ray that likes eating shrimps and squids the best. It has fins that look like sabers and wings. It can spew out desolation water that can quickly corrode the enemy. It's hard to escape from the flying ray when caught. Level 46. Quality Rare. Spiritual Energy 4,366 points. Effect: It can increase your speed if it's eaten over a long period of time. Collectible: Blade Feather. Absorbable. Han Fei was lost for words. It was merely a rare creature, yet it was level 46? There was also the desolation water. He didn't know what it was, but those flying rays shouldn't be swimming so fast with their mouths wide open all the time. So, their body must be discharging water in some way. Han Fei spread out his senses again, only to discover that those fish didn't have stomachs at all. Behind their mouth was nothing but bones. Han Fei was stunned. Were they zombie fish? Why would they eat if they didn't even have a stomach? Han Fei slashed out the blood-drinking knife. Instantly, half of the flying rays that lunged at Han Fei stopped, although they were still moving with the current. Han Fei killed 5 flying rays with one attack, and the remaining of them simply rushed back to their shoal. Han Fei's face was dark. Was this expected of the unknown place? The chance of running into fish seemed a little bit too high. He hadn't even sped up yet. But he had met swarms of fish and exotic fish everywhere. 2 hours later, Han Fei's face became even darker. In the 2 hours just now, he encountered exotic creatures 3 times, shoals of fish 7 times, glowing fish 1 time, and skyward razor clams once. He even met a flood snake. At this moment, Han Fei felt that his head became even larger, as he had encountered a red demon. Yes, in Han Fei's senses, a red demon was sitting on the back of a lobster 30 meters away. It seemed to be in a different direction and couldn't have noticed him yet. Han Fei considered if he should kill the red demon or not. On second thought, he thought he should. He couldn't be forgiven for leaving the Scattered Stars Island without permission easily. He had to offer something more convincing, like battle credit. Therefore, Han Fei cast a stealth array and a concealment array on himself. He then slowly approached the target. Han Fei didn't know the level of the red demon yet. If it was a big shot above level 50, he would just stand still and wait for it to move away. If it wasn't. After recalling Little Black and Little White, Han Fei moved at a low speed, fearing that his action would affect the normal flow of seawater, so he simply floated along the water. The red demon was holding a harpoon and looking around now and then, which surprised Han Fei. Huh? Why do I feel that this guy is on patrol? Name: Red Demon, regular sea demon. Introduction: this is an intelligent and bloodthirsty sea demon. It's of a lousy quality, so it's impossible what creature it deprives from. It's physically strong and can control some of the sea creatures. It has a life spear inside its body, which can be used to launch the strongest attack of the red demons. Level 49. Spiritual energy 7705. Demon heritage level 4, high quality. Level transcended. Companion spirit silver sting lobster. Unabsorbable. Han Fei was greatly relieved to find that it was a level 49 creature. Level 49 equaled that of a peak level hanging fisher, but it wasn't weak at all. Han Fei couldn't have defeated it without using the last resorts if he were still a dangling fisher. However, Han Fei was different from before. He was already an intermediate hanging fisher. He was 3 levels higher than when he fought the peak level hanging fisher, including a major level. Han Fei slowly unsheathed the blood-drinking knife. The moment Han Fei released his killing intent, the red demon jerked and grabbed its harpoon before it went straight at Han Fei. So you found me? Heh, it's too late. _schwa_. Han Fei had already performed the draw technique in his best status. He had prepared for the attack for a long time. The light of the knife leaped to the red demon instantly. The red demon slightly paused. Because of the pause, it lost the last chance of resistance. The light passed and cut the red demon into halves. Han Fei dashed at the target. This was the first time he had killed a red demon in the level of a peak-level hanging fisher in a head-on fight. His previous attack was very powerful and consumed 30% of his strength. It meant that Han Fei could only perform 3 of these attacks under normal circumstances. Han Fei quickly searched the red demon's stomach, which was the place where the sea demons usually kept their treasure. As expected, he seized a swallowing seashell. But it was sticky, and Han Fei didn't touch it at all. The companion spirit had already disappeared. Han Fei simply threw the red demon's body into Forge the Universe and glanced at its sea-swallowing seashell. Then, his eyes glittered. He found 100 kilograms of spirit-awakening fluid as well as a jade slip in the sea-swallowing seashell. Han Fei grabbed the jade slip, only to discover that it was full of weird, incomprehensible characters. However, when Han Fei was about to throw the jade slip away, a piece of information popped up in his head. Demonization scroll, demon level, low quality. Introduction: this is a half-complete training method of sea demons. It can turn low-level or regular sea demons into elites with a 60% success rate. Superseding technique, demonization art. Deduction cost, 0/5,000,000. Note, can be fused. Hiss. This can be recognized too? Han Fei was briefly stunned. However, what surprised him most was not that the demon purification pot could read the language of the sea demons on the demonization scroll, but the note that it could be fused. How can it be fused? What can it be fused with? Han Fei wasn't surprised to take out a sea-swallowing seashell from the red demon's belly, whose quality was not very good. He had even taken out a sea-swallowing seashell from a half-mermaid. However, there wasn't any good stuff in it except for the spiritual spring and a few pieces of materials. However, this was the first time that Han Fei found something like this. Demonization scroll. Han Fei guessed that this demonization scroll couldn't be that great. After all, it was only a low-level cultivation method for sea demons and was only semi-finished. What did this mean? This meant that this red demon tried to break through the level 49 barrier to become a real sea monster by cultivating this technique. But this couldn't be the half-mermaid's objective. Half-mermaids were much better than red demons no matter in appearance or aptitude. They should disdain using the demonization scroll. Han Fei felt that half-mermaids should practice a higher level of cultivation method. The reason why they didn't bring their cultivation methods with them was who the F*CK would take their cultivation methods with them? They could just keep the contents of the cultivation method in mind. Why would they bother to keep the book itself? Of course, it wasn't a problem for Han Fei. After all he had on him was the true spirit fishing art, which could almost be found everywhere. The true spirit fishing art above level 6 was relatively rare. But for the first 5 levels, to be honest, many people would rather switch to another technique than practice it. At this moment, Han Fei saw the words, "can be fused," again. He had fused the 3 combat skills of the sea racing art, flying fish technique, and shadow swimming art, which made the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance a venerable level combat skill. What could he take to fuse with this demonization scroll? Han Fei was pondering when he suddenly froze. The fish transformation technique? Fish transformation technique, demon level, low quality. Introduction, a semi-finished transformation type combat skill. It can transform humans into fish, with a survival rate of up to 80%, and some humans transform into demons. Spiritual energy to be consumed, 100 million points. Deduction result, unknown. Remarks, can be fused. Han Fei frowned. Can the demonization scroll and fish transformation technique be fused? The fish transformation technique could no longer be deduced when deduced into demon level, low quality. But now, it could actually be fused with another combat skill, a combat skill for sea monsters. What did this mean? The fish transformation technique turned out to be a cultivation method for sea monsters? Han Fei took a breath. This discovery was significant. He obtained the fish transformation technique in the fiery mountain and the combat skills and techniques there must have been left by humans. Could it be that long ago, there were already sea monsters among human beings? No, I deduced the fish transformation technique into demon level, low quality. Han Fei's heart shivered. Suddenly, he discovered a secret. Countless people had secretly studied the secrets of transforming into a fish. They thought that their research in this area had been quite deep. But in fact, what they had researched wasn't the technology of transforming into a fish, but the cultivation system of sea monsters. Therefore, they would turn into sea demons, and could never transform back. Some powerful people discovered this secret and tried to stop this kind of research. That was why the people who researched or even practiced the fish transforming technique were hunted. Because, in the eyes of those powerhouses, if one practiced the fish transformation technique, he had actually become a sea monster. They no longer regarded those people as humans. This also explained why many demonized humans would return to the ocean and then fight against the human race. Is this the root cause of the battle between sea monsters and the human race? Han Fei even suspected that there was no sea monster in this world. It was just that someone opened up this path, and some people had become sea monsters, forming a new race. If his conjecture was true, then, in fact, the powerhouses, or heavenly talents, among sea monsters were actually descendants of human beings. They were just a branch of the human race. Hanfei glanced at the demonization scroll and then at fish transformation technique. He wanted to fuse them now to see what would happen. However, the spiritual energy he had now was limited. The fusion was bound to consume a lot of spiritual energy. And he was still in the deep sea, and there might be enemies around him. It was not the right time to do this. Even if he fused the two techniques, he wouldn't practice the fused product. After all, he didn't want to become a sea demon. His original purpose was to possess a skill like Money King 72 metamorphoses. But now, he knew it was impossible. Perhaps, if he kept deducing the fused product, he might be able to switch between the identity of a human and sea monster perfectly, just like Yang Ruoyan did. But at least now he didn't want to try it. I'm a human being. I don't want to become a demon, let alone a fish demon. These thoughts flashed in Hanfei's mind. Since it was not useful, he simply gave it up temporarily. But why were these red demons appearing here? Besides, according to his observation just now, this red demon was patrolling for some reason. Could it be that the sea area beyond 8,000 kilometers away had become sea monsters' territory? Whether it was or not, other sea monsters might come here. His immediate priority now should be going to find Xia Xiaochan instead of staying in this damned place. Girl, let's go. This time, Hanfei's speed was not fast because there were a lot of powerful creatures here. The strength he showed was not high enough to scare them away at all. Less than half an hour later, Hanfei saw another red demon. This time, this red demon was not alone, but took two little inferior man fishes with him. Hanfei frowned. Something was not right. It had been only less than 10,000 kilometers. How come so many red demons and little inferior manfish were popping up? Hanfei was waiting. If there was only one red demon and two little inferior manfishes, it was not a big deal. Now, he had sealed the tsunami jellyfish into his blood-drinking knife. As long as he took the opponent by surprise, he could easily kill them. At this moment, Hanfei's 36-kilometer-long perception range played a big role. He was already waiting for the red demon and inferior manfish on their way ahead, his body floating with the waves. When the red demon and the inferior manfish appeared 800 meters away, Hanfei threw a dazzling knife light at them. The knife light immediately appeared 5 meters away from the red demon, and in an instant, an extremely sharp whistling sounded in the brains of the red demon and the two little inferior manfish. The red demon's body froze. He didn't even know what happened when he was hit by the knife light. The next second, he died. An inferior manfish was also killed by Hanfei on the spot. The other inferior manfish, not in the attack range of the knife light, survived. However, Hanfei was only 800 meters away from him. He rushed out and reached the inferior manfish in an instant. When the inferior manfish saw Hanfei, his eyes were filled with shock and consternation. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to fight back and he was killed by Hanfei with a single blow. Hanfei searched their bodies and didn't find any sea-swallowing seashells in their bodies, so he simply let the two inferior manfish's bodies sink to the bottom of the sea. Their death couldn't be kept a secret. If this place was really sea monsters patrolling area, then sooner or later it would be discovered that the red demon and the inferior manfish were missing. Once their corpses sank to the bottom of the sea, they would be swallowed by marine creatures soon. It would be more convenient than throwing them in Forge the universe. Of course, Han Fei left their harpoons. After all, a harpoon represented that he had killed an inferior manfish. But he didn't throw the body of the red demon because he wanted to create an impression that the red demon was not killed, but was just missing. 10 minutes later, Han Fei killed a tooth-grinding shark. Suddenly, an unexpected situation appeared in his perception. In his perception, there was a human fishing boat traveling in the sky above the sea, seeming to be looking for something. Han Fei perceived and found that it was actually a 6-star expert. _swish_. Han Fei immediately hid and forged the universe. His concealment array and stealth array might not be able to help him hide from the eyes of a 6-star expert, so forge the universe was the safest. Han Fei was shocked. Was the Scattered Stars Island reacting so quickly? It had been only less than 4 hours, and they had already chased him all the way here? In Forge the Universe, Han Fei frowned. It seemed this time, he would have to face not only the crisis in the ocean, but also the investigation from human beings. He felt quite stressed and was determined to find a way to find Xia Xiaochan as soon as possible. If he guessed right, after hearing Gong Wenhai's report, they must have sent someone to chase Xia Xiaochan. However, they should not have a tracking capability as strong as his. He had Little White to lead the way, but what did the Scattered Stars Island people have? Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes flickered, and he looked at his waist tag. Yes. I'm already thousands of kilometers away from the Scattered Stars Island, how am I still being tracked? Han Fei immediately pulled off his waist tag and threw it into Forge the universe. Did this waist tag have a positioning feature? If so, Xia Xiaochan would be in danger. Above the sky. When Su Mo received the order to arrest Han Fei, he learned that the undersea chimney was the last place he had been seen. In fact, it made no difference whether he knew it or not. Xia Xiaochan disappeared in the undersea chimney, so Han Fei's first stop must have been there. However, when Su Mo rushed to the undersea chimney, he saw densely packed sea creatures gathering there, which sent a chill down his spine. Although he was going to be a hidden fisher soon, he was still scared by that sight. And Han Fei, although he was a heavenly talent, was only an intermediate hanging fisher. He didn't think Han Fei could handle this. So Su Mo headed forward all the way. Just now, when he sensed that someone was perceiving him, he knew it must be Han Fei. Quickly rushing over, Su Mo found that there was no one there. At this moment, he was flying above the sea in a daze. How could there be no one? Even if it was a red demon or a half-mermaid, at least they should have shown up. No, I heard that Han Fei is quite proficient in arrays. Did he use a concealment array? Su Mo clenched the spear in his hand. Han Fei was a heavenly talent, so he must not take him lightly. Besides, based on the known intelligence, Han Fei could even beat a peak level hanging fisher. According to intelligence, Han Fei had already killed peak level hanging fishers who were actually quite outstanding among their peers. However, after investigating every corner within a radius of tens of kilometers, Su Mo still didn't find anyone. After staying for a full half an hour, Su Mo suspiciously steered the fishing boat away. Han Fei was sitting cross-legged in Forge the Universe. Just now, he also found 100 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid in this red demon sea. Swallowing seashell. Wow. Does every red demon take so much spirit awakening fluid with them? Han Fei was overjoyed. 100 kilogram of spirit awakening fluid was quite valuable. At the price of 5,000 points of credits per kilogram, from every red demon he killed, he would get 500,000 points of credits. Was there anything more profitable than this in the world? Even if he refined weapons in the refining hall every day, he wouldn't earn as many credits as killing 2 or 3 red demon in the waters outside of the Scattered Stars Island. Huh. Could it be this group of red demons looted the undersea chimney with Xia Xiaochan and her team? The undersea chimney had just been looted and these red demons were so close to it. Besides, these red demons had spirit awakening fluid on them, so they were very likely to have joined in the looting. Otherwise, he really couldn't figure out why each of these red demons had 100 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid on them. But why was it 100 kilograms? No more, no less, as if he had been allocated a fixed amount. Han Fei licked his lips. Whatever. Let me drink it first. Since I can't go back now, I should increase my strength as quickly as possible. This time, Han Fei didn't feed the spirit awakening fluid to his beasts. Last time, he fed them more than 2,800 caddies, but none of them reached level 40. Han Fei guessed, on the one hand, it was because his beasts were too high leveled, so the amount of spirit awakening fluid needed was huge. On the other hand, he had too many, for in total, after the spirit awakening fluid was divided evenly, the amount for each beast was not much. Although he could feed all the spirit awakening fluid to a single one, such as Little Black or Little White, this was bound to cause an imbalance in power. Each beast had their own abilities, and he didn't want to favor one more than another. Therefore, Han Fei began to pour the spirit awakening fluid into his mouth. Frantically. It tasted slightly sweet and sour. For some reason, Han Fei felt as if he were drinking Yakult. When Han Fei was swallowing the spirit awakening fluid, the black light appeared in his mind again. Han Fei immediately stopped swallowing, closed his eyes, and perceived it. What is that? Where's the black light from? Since it was black, why did he think it was a beam of light? It was really strange, but the thing just passed away in a flash, and he couldn't study it at all. Seeing nothing happen, Han Fei continued to swallow. Then he found that his upper limit of spiritual energy began to decrease a little bit, from 11,228 points to 11,001 points. After swallowing more than 50 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, the upper limit began to slowly rise again. When Han Fei drank all 200 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, his upper limit of spiritual energy had become 11,608 points, but his level was still 44. And his upper limit of spiritual energy had only increased by 400 points. Han Fei frowned. This thing doesn't work well at improving my level. In a short while, although his strength hadn't improved much, he had drunk a lot of spirit awakening fluid, which was equivalent to 1 million points of credits, and ordinary people might not be able to save so many points after working hard for 4 years. Han Fei moved a little bit. His physique seemed a little better, but only slightly. That's not right. Cao Qiu improved his strength a lot by drinking spirit awakening fluid. Why doesn't it work on me? Han Fei was confused. It had been less than half an hour. Has the person outside left? Forget it, he'd better wait a little longer. Although it was important to find Xia Xiaochan, it would waste even more time if he got caught. After eating a spiritual fruit, Han Fei found that after drinking the spirit awakening fluid, even if he ate a spiritual fruit, the spiritual energy in his body was not conflicting, so he immediately ate a dozen more. He stopped until he felt the spiritual energy in his body became a little unstable. At this moment, it had almost been half an hour. Han Fei appeared in the sea again. In the sea, a snake-patterned fish was taken aback by Han Fei's sudden appearance and quickly ran away. Han Fei just ignored it. He found no one in the sky, nor did he perceive any red demons or inferior manfish, so he called out Little Black and Little White. Girl, let's keep looking. It took them a full 2 hours, and the sky was already dark. The moon was shining above the sea, and in the deep sea, Han Fei was swimming and searching. Suddenly, Little White rushed in a certain direction. Han Fei's eyes lit up. Did you find something? After a while, the first thing that Han Fei perceived was the wreckage of a large ship. Half of the big ship was buried in the mud on the bottom of the sea, and half of it was exposed. Even so, it still looked huge. It seemed to be a cruise ship, much bigger than ordinary fishing boats. Seeing the cruise ship, Han Fei rushed over. Han Fei thought it must be the hexagon starfish who hid Xia Xiaochan inside his gates and found a random spot to hide. It must be so. However, after rushing about a kilometer, Han Fei stopped abruptly. Han Fei? His face changed slightly. He perceived the existence of half-mermaids. Moreover, not only did he perceive the half-mermaids, but there seemed to be a half-mermaid perceiving him. Swish, swish, swish underscore. At this moment, Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. From that shipwreck, 8 little inferior manfish, 5 red demons, and 2 half-mermaids suddenly rushed out. The leading half-mermaid led the crowd and rushed straight in Han Fei's direction. Han Fei glanced at Little White. I asked you to find Xia Xiaochan. Why did you bring me into sea monsters, liar? But immediately, Han Fei discovered that something was wrong. Little White's perception couldn't be wrong. Could it be that Xia Xiaochan was caught by these sea monsters? Unfortunately, he had no time to investigate what was inside the sunken ship. Now, there were 15 sea monsters here, and he certainly wouldn't stay. He immediately put away Little Black and Little White, had Little Gold attach to him, and activated the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance to run away. Han Fei was not running for his life. If Xia Xiaochan was caught by these sea monsters, the only way to rescue her was to kill these sea monsters first. If there were only 2 or 3 red demons, Han Fei might be able to take them by surprise. But now, there were 2 half-mermaids and 5 red demons here. If he guessed right, these red demons were all level 49, of the same level as the 2 that he had just killed. But if they were of peak level, their combat power would be way stronger than that of those 2. Even though red demons were a lot weaker than half-mermaids, they would be comparable to ordinary peak-level hanging fishers. He didn't think he could beat 5 peak-level hanging fishers alone. Even if he could, it would be a lucky victory. Han Fei was running as fast as he could and took out the enhanced version of Poison God. There was no need to arrange arrays or use the infinity water. Those sea monsters were chasing him, so their route was consistent with his. He just Needed to control the seawater and let the poison god spread slowly, and they wouldn't be able to escape. Han Fei scattered a caddy of poison god along his route and slowed down. 10 seconds later. Perceiving that the sea monsters passed through that area defenselessly, Han Fei smiled. 1 second. 2 seconds. Han Fei was escaping, but his speed became slower and slower. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Chow Chiao, Chow Chiao. Although this guy seemed stupid, he was actually extremely dangerous. Poison God was just like a loophole in a game. If he used it well, his survivability would be greatly enhanced. 8 minutes after the sea monsters passed through the poison god area, Han Fei had stopped running. The distance between the two sides was only about 2,000 meters. When the two half-mermaids in the lead had already realized that there was something wrong with them, Han Fei already started fighting back. However, the half-mermaids and the red demons were racing too fast just now. So although they felt unwell at the moment, they hadn't realized what exactly had happened to them. When Han Fei had turned around and rushed towards them, however, the two half-mermaids suddenly turned pale. At this point, they had certainly figured out what happened. Roar! Roar! Hell! The two half-mermaids began to roar. But when they looked back, they found that except for the 5 red demons who had followed, the little inferior man fish had already begun to vomit while clutching their stomachs. While vomiting, they were a little manic and began to bombard each other indiscriminately. The two half-mermaids tried to run, but after only less than a kilometer, they felt that their stomachs and belly were about to explode. It was not that they didn't want to run, but they couldn't run at all. This poison was really terrifying, and just in such a short period of time, it had already drained out a few % of their combat power. Roar! Hearing their howls, Han Fei sneered. No one shall leave today, . In a flash, Han Fei had swept over more than 2,000 meters and had activated the draw technique. The horrible knife light shot out and appeared in front of one of the half-mermaids in an instant. Who? Suddenly, the white flame enveloped the half-mermaid. This guy quickly summoned 3 battle suits in a row and a big shield. Crack, 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 clang, . Han Fei was a little surprised. How did this half-mermaid react so fast? Hadn't it already been deeply poisoned? This half-mermaid blocked the draw technique, but was still sent flying by Han Fei's knife light, and began to vomit hard. The other half-mermaid was also enveloped with white flames at this moment. But he still took out a golden harpoon, which made Han Fei's pupils constrict. Is this a heavenly talent? He wondered. Han Fei didn't expect that there would be a heavenly talent here. However, even so, this guy's mouth began to overflow with unknown substances at this moment. However, this opponent seemed to still have the power to fight. The golden harpoon in his hand was thrust straight into the sea, and the spiritual energy and demonic energy shot out like an invisible dragon. At the same time, the half-mermaid raised his speed to the extreme and pounced on Han Fei. Swoosh, . Han Fei put on his semi-divine battle suit and swung the semi-divine golden seal in his hand at the half-mermaid, which had turned into a big seal. Phantom. Humph. I don't believe you can still maintain your peak combat power after swallowing the enhanced version of Poison God. Clang. The sea exploded, and within a kilometer radius, raging waves rolled and ripples shook. Han Fei was sent flying upside down, with a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. This time, he deliberately didn't use the majestic mystic spell. It turned out that the strength of this half-mermaid had been reduced by at least 30 to 40%. Otherwise, under the opponent's full blow, he shouldn't have only been slightly injured. Tell me where the person you caught is? Han Fei stomped and jumped up again. The big seal phantom appeared in the sky. Seawater was rolling to the sides, and spiritual energy was burning like fire. A blaze of light broke out in the dark sea. Kill. The half-mermaid only said kill, and a huge scorpion, piercing the air with its tail at a terrifying speed, appeared in front of Han Fei in an instant. Caught off guard, Han Fei only had the time to block with his battle suit. Bam. Han Fei was stabbed and fell into the bottom of the sea. On the seabed, dust billowed and it was muddy. The half-mermaid was shocked. This man's battle suit is so strong. It can actually resist my full blow. Isn't it comparable to my golden battle suit? Puff. The half-mermaid felt that his internal organs were rolling, and he could no longer help it and directly had diarrhea. In the next second, a knife light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes and swept across his neck. He activated his amulet, but it couldn't stop Han Fei. After all, this half-mermaid had no combat power left now. The half-mermaid couldn't believe he died in this way. It was not that he couldn't fight, but that his combat power was plunging every second. After 2 consecutive full blows, he no longer had the power to fight again. Han Fei slashed the sea demon, pulled off its golden battle suit and golden harpoon, and threw them into Forge the Universe. As he issued an order in his heart, the infinity water appeared. If this half-mermaid had an immortal seal, he would continue to poison him until he died. Not far away, the half-mermaid that had just been defeated had summoned his associated spirit and was escaping. Sacrificing punch. Han Fei certainly wouldn't let him escape. Although the half-mermaid was poisoned, his associated spirit was not, so he had to kill him. A punch was blasted, and the scarlet fist mark shot a dazzling light across the bottom of the sea with an indomitable momentum. Han Fei didn't look at the half-mermaid anymore, because 5 red lights suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Majestic mystic spell. Han Fei took a sip of candle dragon blood and stepped on the coiled turtle. A ray, and the golden seal appeared in the sky. He had recognized that the red spears were the life spears of red demons, which were their dying strikes. Han Fei had already seen the power of the dying strike of a level 49 creature when he was on the skeleton shore. At that time, if it hadn't been for Cao Qiu's fist marks that had removed most of the power of the red spear, he might have been badly injured. Now there were 5 life spears. Obviously, these red demons knew they couldn't resist Han Fei anymore, so they tried to die here with Han Fei. Overlord. The semi-divine golden seal was smashed out and directly hit the bottom of the sea. Unfortunately, he wasn't proficient enough at wielding a seal, so the seal failed to block the life spears. At this time, the Overlord appeared. He carried a large shield in his hand, on where there were 9 defense arrays. Crack, 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 After 7 arrays were broken in a row, the 5 life spears were blocked. Now it was Han Fei's turn to attack. The draw technique shot out and directly killed 2 red demons. On the other side, the half-mermaid was hit by the sacrificing punch and left a 1,000-meter-long mark on the seabed, stirring up billows of dust. Han Fei waved casually and the golden seal returned to his hand with a swish. Then, Hanfei turned around and used this strength to hit a red demon who was trying to escape. At the same time, Hanfei rushed forward and 200 blue sea wandering dragon daggers came out through his body, encircling the two red demons that had almost vomited their guts out. Hanfei's mouth bulged up, and like rinsing his mouth, his cheeks vibrated and he spat out a big mouthful of blood. All this only took less than 5 seconds. The infinity water was shaking. The escaping half-mermaid heavenly talent was going to be devoured by the enhanced version of Poison God and could no longer pose him any threat. Fortunately, this half-mermaid didn't launch a dying strike. Otherwise, it would delay him some time. After killing it, Hanfei summoned 9 tails, who grabbed onto the red demons and half-mermaids that Hanfei had just killed with its 9-star chain. Then, Hanfei quickly rushed towards the inferior manfish in front. In his perception, those inferior manfish were still 10 kilometers away. Their speed was not as fast as the half-mermaids and the red demons. Moreover, their toxic resistance was obviously not high. So, before he reached them, they had almost all died. When Hanfei arrived, only 3 of these inferior manfish were still struggling. The others had completely collapsed, their skin cracked, and they were vomiting blood and gore. As Hanfei issued the order in his heart, the surrounding seawater rolled up, and the infinity water burst out, reaping their lives completely. In fact, he didn't have a particularly big aversion to the sea monsters, so he just killed them without torturing them. Now all of the 15 sea monsters had been killed. Hanfei got a total of 7 sea-swallowing seashells. None of those inferior fish had any sea-swallowing seashells. Hanfei took their harpoons. As for their corpses, Hanfei didn't want to keep these poisoned corpses. Otherwise, they would forge the universe. Hanfei didn't even look at the 7 sea-swallowing seashells he had got. He swallowed several mouthfuls of candle dragon blood and hurried towards the sinking ship. It was a race against time. The fighting here just now hit the seabed several times and caused a lot of vibrations. The 2 full blows of that heavenly talent also made a big noise. After a while, Hanfei's perception swept through every corner of the sunken ship, but no one was found. Hanfei went in, rummaged around, and even searched a rotten hull in the shipwreck where the sea monsters were just now. Here, there were still some half-eaten big fish and crabs, etc. Obviously, the sea monsters were eating here just now. Hanfei muttered, "Sure enough, a sea monster is still a sea monster. Even if they transform into a human form, they still eat raw food." There was disgust on Hanfei's face. There were no other creatures here. Hanfei spread his voice across the entire shipwreck tentatively, "Master Hexagon, can you hear me? Did you hide in some array? It's Hanfei. Master Hexagon?" However, no one responded. With a flash between his brows, Little Black and Little White appeared. "Girl, isn't she here? But your mommy isn't here. Did you make a mistake?" But Little White swam directly out of the boat. At this moment, Hanfei suddenly put away Little Black and Little White. He had 9 tails attached to him, held the golden seal in his left hand, the blood-drinking knife in his right hand, put on a gold battle suit, and stepped on the 6 spirit armor. "It's you?" Hanfei was caught up after all. He thought that this 6-star ranked powerhouse had run away, but who knew that he would appear again at this moment? He must have been attracted here by the battle just now. Sumo didn't enter the sea directly. To be honest, he was really taken aback. Just now, he passed by this place too. However, he only perceived a group of sea monsters, among them there were even half-mermaids. As a peak level hanging fisher, he dare not attack them. However, when he came back, the sea monsters were gone. Then to his shock, he found that 2 half-mermaids, 5 red demons, and 8 inferior manfish were killed. At first, he thought it was done by someone who was also sent to arrest Han Fei. But when he dove into the sea, he found that all of these sea monsters were poisoned. Their corpses were so poisonous that no creatures in the sea ate them. At that time, he remembered the information about Han Fei being good at using poison. Then he came face to face with Han Fei. Han Fei stood in the bow of the boat with a cold look, asking, "Are you here to catch me?" Sumo's forehead was sweaty. "Han Fei, it's not just your business to find Xia Xiaochan." As early as the moment Xia Xiaochan disappeared, someone was already looking for her. "Why don't you come back with me?" "Going to sea without authorization is prohibited. But since you've killed so many sea monsters, it should be able to make up for your error. And I'll intercede for you." Han Fei sneered. "Make up for my error? Humph. Are they trying to find Xia Xiaochan or catch her? Why do they only believe the words of the 2 people in the Dark Hunter Legion?" Suemo frowned. Han Fei went to sea without authorization. He might not plan to go back at all. No matter what the result is, you should wait till Xia Xiaochan returns. Right? Han Fei said lightly, "Their ability to find people is not as strong as mine." Suemo was stunned for a moment. "No, there are hidden fishers looking for her." Han Fei trembled slightly, and then said angrily, "Damn it, are there even hidden fishers on this hunt? Do you want to kill Xia Xiaochan?" Suemo quickly shut up. He spilled the beans just now, so he quickly remedied. "No, they just want to find her." "How is it possible for the hidden fishers to attack Xia Xiaochan?" Han Fei smiled contemptuously. "She is my girlfriend. I'll find her myself." "I don't believe you. So, are you going to fight against me, or let me go?" Suemo swallowed slightly. If he hadn't seen these corpses, he definitely would dare to fight Han Fei. However, after seeing the horrible corpses of those sea monsters, he didn't dare to do it at all. Although Han Fei was only an intermediate hanging fisher, his strength was ridiculously strong. He fought against 15 sea monsters alone and killed them all. More importantly, he didn't seem injured at all. How could he possibly defeat this guy? Suemo hesitated and didn't know how to answer him. He was at a loss whether he should leave or stay. Han Fei said, "Just tell them you didn't meet me. I won't tell others even if I go back in the future. Now I'm leaving, but if I meet you again, I will kill you." Suemo gritted his teeth, immediately got on his fishing boat, and flew away. He thought to himself, "Come on, judging from this bast *RD's strength, how is it possible for a hanging fisher to capture him? At least, it should be a hidden fisher, Suemo could feel Han Fei's fighting spirit. If he fought against Han Fei, the one killed would probably be him. He didn't want to get himself in this trouble. At least Suemo could be sure that Han Fei was only charged with going to sea without authorization. However, Han Fei absolutely didn't betray the human race. Otherwise, why did he kill 15 sea monsters in one go? Thinking of the sea monsters, Suemo smiled. Yes, he could bring back the corpses. Then he just needed to tell the leaders that he didn't find Han Fei, but found the corpses of the sea monsters he killed. This could fully prove Han Fei's strength, and convince the leaders that even if he found Han Fei, he wouldn't be able to bring him back. This also indirectly proved that Han Fei didn't betray human beings, but was simply searching for Xia Xiaochan. In this way, the leaders probably wouldn't make him continue to look for Han Fei. As for whether Han Fei would return in the end, what did it have anything to do with him? He just wanted to stay comfortably on the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief when Suemo left his range of perception. A peak-level hanging fisher with 6 stars was extremely strong. If he did fight against him, it would be difficult to solve him. After all, he had just finished a big battle, exhausted and injured, and his combat power was probably only about 70% of its peak state. Seeing Suemo leave, Han Fei didn't immediately release Little Black and Little White, although Little White seemed to find something just now. It was not the time to do it. He had just killed a half-mermaid heavenly talent, who definitely had a life tablet. It would be impossible for the death of a half-mermaid owning a semi-divine weapon to go unnoticed. He certainly wouldn't believe that there wouldn't be sea monsters coming to investigate. So, after thinking about it, Han Fei summoned Little Black and Little White. Again. Girl, indicate a direction. Little White spun for a while and aimed at Han Fei's front left. With a flash between Han Fei's brows, he put away Little Black and Little White and rushed out of the sea. Then he took out the wind god boat and raced away more than 3,000 kilometers in one go. After that, he plunged into the water and then entered Forge the Universe. He needed to recover. After throwing a divine healing technique on himself, he started to check the 7 sea-swallowing seashells he just got. First of all, each of the 5 red demon sea-swallowing seashells contained 100 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei had already guessed it, so he was not surprised at all. At the same time, Han Fei found another demonization scroll, which was almost exactly the same as the previous one. It seemed that this thing was a common item in the sea monsters world. In addition, he found a new sea monster combat technique called Basic Combat Skills for Mermaids in a red demon sea-swallowing shell. However, it was only spirit level, so Han Fei just threw it aside without even looking at it. However, to Han Fei's surprise, he found some top-quality pearls in these sea-swallowing shells. These pearls were not many, but including the ones he got from the 2 red demons he killed earlier, there were less than 100,000 in total. Did sea monsters also use top-quality pearls as currency? Han Fei thought about it. The sea monsters were living in the sea, and their ability to dig out pearls should be much better than humans. If top-quality pearls were their currency, they must be damn rich. Could it be that they didn't take their properties with them because of something? As for the rest of the contents, it was all top-quality materials, but no special materials. Han Fei didn't check them one by one and just threw them directly into Forge the Universe. When he got enough spiritual energy in the future, returned to the Scattered Stars Island, and cleared up this misunderstanding, he would go to the refining hall to refine weapons and would surely earn a lot of points. After checking the red demon sea-swallowing shells, he began to check the 2 half-mermaid sea-swallowing shells. Among them, Han Fei discovered 1,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid and 2 sea monster combat skills in the half-mermaid heavenly talents sea swallowing shell. One was called Sea Spirit 3 Consecutive Stings, a demon level, mid-quality combat skill. The other was called the Sea King's Secret Method, which was a heaven level, mid-quality combat skill. Han Fei didn't have the slightest interest in the Sea Spirit 3 Consecutive Stings because it was too low-leveled. But the Sea King's Secret Method attracted Han Fei's attention. This was a secret method and its level was not low. Han Fei certainly wanted to check it out. However, Han Fei was speechless after reading it. It turned out that this so-called Sea King's Secret Method was why these half-mermaids were enveloped with white flames in combat. They actually used this method to summon the so-called Sea King's fighting will. Therefore, the white flame was not a flame at all, but a will that he didn't know where it came from. The sea monsters believed that this was a gift from the king of the sea race. And it was the power that the king of the ocean bestowed on them after they prayed. Han Fei was shocked. This secret method could double the sea monsters' combat power, with almost negligible side effects. It somewhat resembled his majestic mystic spell. And all he needed to do was just eat more and replenish more energy. No wonder the half-mermaids all have that white flame. It has turned out to be quite powerful. However, it didn't seem to be useful to him. After all, this was for the special body structure of half-mermaids. In addition to the Sea King's Secret Method, Han Fei was attracted by the more than 3,800 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, 1,200 caddies of spiritual spring, more than 30 mid-quality spiritual stones, and 12 high-quality spiritual stones. Wow! So rich? Han Fei swore that this was definitely the richest half-mermaid he had ever met. He was even a bit jealous of this half-mermaid. Why were the heavenly talents I met before not as rich as this one? Then he figured it out. Those heavenly talents were either in matches or exploring secret realms. Who would carry so much money with them? This time, Han Fei had obtained 5,300 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, 2,100 caddies of spiritual spring, 33 mid-quality spiritual stones, 12 high-quality spiritual stones, and 120,000 high-quality pearls. And this was just what he earned in less than 5 hours after going to sea. Sure enough, it's better to be in the sea. Han Fei wasn't a fool. Getting as much as 5,300 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid only from this single group of sea monsters certainly would make him think. Was there really so much spirit awakening fluid on sea monsters? Not necessarily. These sea monsters must have just robbed the undersea chimney, so even the red demons had spirit awakening fluid on them. When Lu Renquang contacted him, he said he was going to deliver supplies. Supplies needed to be delivered. What did that mean? It meant that the amount of these supplies must be huge. Therefore, Han Fei had a guess. The amount of spirit awakening fluid produced by the undersea chimney might exceed his imagination and might reach tens of thousands of kilograms or even hundreds of thousands of kilograms. Or there might even be other things besides the spirit awakening fluid. Otherwise, it couldn't explain why 2 half-mermaids with a group of red demons and inferior manfish could have so much spirit awakening fluid. However, no matter what, Han Fei was going to use the spirit awakening fluid on himself this time. First of all, because the number of mid-quality spiritual stones and high-quality spiritual stones was too small. After conversion, there were only about 7 million points of spiritual energy. And it was even less for the 2,100 caddies of spiritual spring, amounting to only about 2 million points of Spiritual energy. Therefore, this time he actually only got less than 10 million points of spiritual energy, but he obtained quite a lot of spirit awakening fluid, and Han Fei felt that he might be able to upgrade to a peak-level intermediate hanging fisher this time. Han Fei looked at the spirit awakening fluid in front of him, took a deep breath, and started swallowing it frantically. He desperately needed to become stronger now. There couldn't be just a bunch of sea monsters here. The war had just ended. Maybe he just met a handful of sea monsters. Perhaps he hadn't met the other sea monsters, but most of them should be in the nearby waters. Even for that small bunch of sea monsters, he used the enhanced version of Poison God and caught them off guard, but he still lost nearly 30% of his combat power. If the number of opponents doubled, or the number of half-mermaids increased, the result may be completely different. Gulp, gulp. The spirit awakening fluid entered his throat and immediately disappeared, without a trace, as if it had turned into nothingness. He wondered if it dissipated in his limbs, or turned into some kind of power that existed in his body in another form. When Han Fei swallowed more than 200 kilograms, the black light appeared again. This time, Han Fei didn't take it seriously. Every time this phenomenon appeared, it was fleeting and never affected him. Even the demon purification pot didn't respond, indicating that it couldn't be a big problem. His upper limit of spiritual energy was slowly increasing. Han Fei felt that his body changed from the initial feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze, gradually to being numb, and his bones, flesh, blood, and meridians all seemed to have a bright luster. When Han Fei swallowed about 600 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, he broke through level 45. However, this wasn't a breakthrough in realm. Therefore, his body didn't have any change except that his upper limit of spiritual energy reached 12,000 points. When Han Fei finished more than 2,100 kilograms, he broke through level 46. And his upper limit of spiritual energy reached 13,000. When he drank more than 4,800 kilograms, he suddenly found out that the effective spirit awakening fluid was slowing down rapidly. Because of the suppression of his realm, spirit awakening fluid could not continue to improve his level temporarily. Then he discovered that the touch of black matter seemed to be the bottleneck of his breakthrough. It was preventing his strength from continuing to increase. What is this? Han Fei frowned. This black dot was appearing too frequently. What on earth was in his body? If it was something bad, why didn't the demon purification pot show the slightest response? Han Fei stopped drinking. Perhaps he needed to consolidate his base now? He didn't know whether he could continue to make breakthroughs without limit if he kept swallowing spirit awakening fluid. If he could, wouldn't it mean that whoever owned enough spirit awakening fluid could get stronger and stronger, so strong that no one could beat him? Besides, it was said that spirit awakening fluid itself was actually used to tap into one's own potential. Was it a wrong method to use the spirit awakening fluid to crazily increase strength like this? Han Fei hadn't confirmed it, so he wasn't sure. He looked at his data. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 46, Intermediate Hanging Fisher. Spiritual Energy, 5,300,556, 13,999. Spiritual Power, 1-801/1-801. Perception Range, 17,999 meters. Spiritual Heritage, Level 5, High Quality. Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 38. Main Art, Void Breaking Technique, Volume 4 of Void Fishing, Demon Level. Divine Quality. Han Fei's pupils constricted suddenly. Has his spiritual powers bottleneck been broken? Why didn't he even feel anything? He was overjoyed and took out 20 level 2 soul crystals, which Lu Renquang gave him. It seemed to have taken Lu Renquang a lot of time to collect the 56 level 2 soul crystals. Although it was still far from the 5 million points of credits Han Fei gave him, given that this thing's sales were restricted, it must have taken Lu Renquang a lot of effort to collect them. After half an hour, Han Fei opened his eyes slowly and frowned. The effect of this spiritual power breakthrough wasn't so obvious. Perhaps it was because he drank too much spirit awakening fluid. Or maybe there was also a bottleneck in his perception range. Therefore, his spiritual power stopped at 1,852 points and no longer increased. At the same time, his perception range stopped at 19,999 meters. However, Han Fei smiled. Even if he reached the bottleneck, so what? His current perception range had reached 20 kilometers. With this range of perception, once he stood on the skeleton shore, he would be able to detect the whole shore. As for the remaining 500 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, he planned to feed it to Little Black and Little White. After they drank the remaining spirit awakening fluid, Little White's body was exuding a holy brilliance. But this brilliance only lasted for a while before it disappeared, and Little White didn't even reach above level 39. It seems that the output of spirit awakening fluid should be more than what I imagined. Without tens of thousands of kilograms, it seems a little unrealistic to build my strength with spirit awakening fluid. This was the case even for him who had special opportunities. How long would it take for others to earn points to buy enough spirit awakening fluid? After making sure that it had been nearly an hour, Han Fei appeared directly in the sea. Then he spread his perception around. Soon he found 2 inferior manfish within his perception range. They seemed to be patrolling or investigating. Sure enough, the corpses were discovered. It had been discovered that he had killed those sea monsters. Although he had run more than 3,000 kilometers away, some inferior manfish still came to patrol. Setting up a stealth array and a breath-concealing array, he summoned Little Black and Little White. Little Black, go kill them. If it were red demons, Han Fei would definitely not order Little Black to kill them. But since it was just inferior manfish, Han Fei felt like taking the chance to test the current strength of Little Black and Little White. Even if Little Black didn't kill them at once, he could make up for it. Although this place would be discovered soon after killing the inferior man fish, he must do it. In the water, Little White's tracking ability was unparalleled. But outside the ocean, her tracking ability would be greatly reduced. After all, she was a fish. Out of the water, although she could still survive, her traceability was compromised. Besides, unless she floated to an altitude of 1,000 meters or even higher, she couldn't avoid the perception of sea monsters. Half Mermaid's perception range was not small at all. But at an altitude of several kilometers, how could Little White still trace them? The 2 inferior manfish were less than 10 kilometers away from them. Little Black pounced on the closer one, while Han Fei slowly moved between the 2 so that he could pursue it quickly. The inferior manfish were not weak except for their relatively low level demonic heritages, small perception ranges, and low intelligence. The inferior manfish, who was targeted by Little Black, leaned forward and swam slowly in the water. From time to time, he scratched his arm and shoulder with his webbed claws. Because of the incomplete evolution of the inferior manfish, there were pointed and long fins on their arms, so Little Black had to swim around to choose a suitable place to bite. In the end, Little Black chose the neck. In his view, that place was the most vulnerable. The inferior manfish seemed to feel that something was wrong and looked back, but saw nothing. However, when he turned his head, he suddenly felt the water rippled in front of him. He had just wanted to shout when his neck was bitten through by a big mouth. Even Han Fei was scared of Little Black's sharp teeth, not to mention that he had aimed at the most vulnerable point of the inferior manfish. Han Fei couldn't help thinking, Little Black is a born hunter, a hunter more terrifying than human hunters, If Little Black could reach level 49 or 50, he would become a real ocean killer. By then, even half-mermaids would be no match for him, let alone inferior manfish, and he might even be able to attack hidden fishers. The other inferior manfish didn't notice his companion was killed at all. Han Fei sneered. It seemed that the inferior manfish's perception range was not large, definitely smaller than 5,000 meters. That being the case, Han Fei didn't have to be so scrupulous. After Little Black killed the second inferior manfish, Han Fei didn't even bother to search for their sea-swallowing shells, but just asked Little White to lead the way. However, almost every 30 or 50 kilometers, he would meet an inferior manfish. After killing more than 20 inferior manfish in a row, suddenly, a scream spread across hundreds of kilometers. Damn it! Han Fei was discovered. After swimming less than 800 kilometers, he was discovered. Han Fei shouted, Little White, go forward at full speed. This time, Han Fei didn't even bother to be invisible and immediately started to rush forward. Although Little White was not as fast as Little Gold, she could actually catch up with Han Fei. Han Fei rushed shoulder to shoulder with Little Black and Little White, leaving 3 lines of water streams behind them. Because their speed was too fast, trails thousands of meters long were left in the water. Han Fei no longer had his trace, so his position was immediately discovered. So, the first to appear were dozens of inferior manfish. Then, more and more inferior manfish appeared, and some of them appeared directly in front of Han Fei. You want to force me to kill? Fine. Every time Han Fei, who was still rushing forward, waved the blood-drinking knife in his hand, knife light flickered and, carrying seawater, slashed at one inferior manfish. The knife light was accompanied with extremely powerful invincible fighting intent and killed an inferior manfish in the blink of an eye. However, at this time, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Did the invincible fighting intent weaken? No, he became stronger. Old Bai used to tell him that the invincible fighting intent, he comprehended, didn't belong to the category of knife intent, but more of a human will. As his strength grew stronger, this invincible will would not be able to keep up with his pace of strength improvement. At that time, Han Fei didn't take it seriously, thinking, being temporarily invincible was good too. But now, when he launched an attack, he found that the invincible fighting intent had not been strengthened with the improvement of his realm. This showed that the power of his invincible fighting intent temporarily stopped increasing. Although the inferior manfish still couldn't resist him, it was a fact that he made no progress. Han Fei finally admitted this fact after killing more than 20 inferior manfish. Han Fei could perceive that now he seemed unable to break out of the encirclement. In all directions, including right in front of him, inferior manfish were ceaselessly pouncing towards him. Han Fei suddenly stopped, flipped the blood-drinking knife into his body, and put away little black little white. Han Fei stood proudly in the dark sea, and his fists gradually glowed with gold. At this moment, Han Fei felt his blood was boiling, and countless images faintly appeared in his mind. Those were exactly the images in his mind when he was practicing the art of invincibility. At this moment, when he discovered that his invincible fighting intent had weakened, they appeared again. As soon as these images flashed, Han Fei felt agitated. It seemed that a beast was awakening. Even if the invincible fighting intent won't progress further, nothing can stop me. Han Fei knew that within a radius of thousands of kilometers, or even tens of thousands of kilometers, layers of traps must have been laid down. The sea monsters were determined to catch him at all costs. Humph. Who? Han Fei put on the semi-divine battle suit. When the first inferior manfish came, a bright golden light blasted out, and a powerful and invincible will gathered on the fist mark. Boom. The inferior manfish, like a cannonball, left a white mark in the sea and directly shot into the seabed a kilometer away. Bang. The bottom of the sea was shaking, dust was rolling, and rocks were cracking. Immediately, from a long distance, spiritual energy spears shot through the air. Balls of spiritual energy, like water pressure cannons, shot towards Han Fei, and harpoons in the sea reflected glaring cold gleams. Bam. Han Fei activated the art of invincibility. With his body as the center, gleams overflowing from the golden fist mark scattered in all directions. In the dark sea, cold gleams, water pressure cannons, golden fist marks, barrier-breaking watermarks, impact ripples. Fighting effects emerged endlessly, and ripples were layered. None of the inferior manfish who were almost at the same level as Han Fei, or even slightly higher leveled than him, could survive his punches. The broken bodies of the inferior manfish were constantly thrown onto the seabed. The roar sounded tens of kilometers across the bottom of the sea. The inferior manfish was roaring sharply, rushing up fiercely. In the distance, red demons and half-mermaids were coming quickly. When the first red demon appeared on the battlefield, the place where Han Fei was, within a radius of 3,000 meters, was almost covered with inferior man fish. Their bodies were all broken, and they were all vomiting blood. Some had their internal organs broken, some had their heads bleeding, and some were even directly blasted to death. This was the third time Han Fei drank candle dragon blood. Every time, at least 100 inferior manfish were buried to the bottom of the sea forever. The deafening noises and horrible impacts of the battle had even attracted the attention of some human masters. They were still thousands of kilometers away. Some of them had noticed the abnormal movement of the inferior manfish, and some people perceive a battle taking place from the weak vibration frequency of the sea. Anyway, no matter how it was discovered, there were already 5 or 6 people who started to rush in the direction where Han Fei was. After a while, some of them met in the sky. "Brother, where is the battle?" "I don't know." "Were you attracted here too?" Someone appeared in the sky. "Who the hell is so powerful as to fight in the sea?" Someone stood on the bow of the ship, holding a bow and shooting an arrow several kilometers into the sea, and said, "Someone is fighting. Let's go help him." When these people rushed to the location of the battle, they were all astonished. Only an intermediate hanging fisher? On the seabed. Han Fei fought 4 red demons alone, yes, 4. At this moment, Han Fei had activated the majestic mystic spell, and his body was glowing with golden light and twisted and turned deftly under the 4 red demons' attacks. The golden fist marks kept bombarding the opponent, making muffled thunder-like noises. With each hit, water waves dozens of meters high gushed out. Perceiving the arrival of human beings, Han Fei directly spread his voice out. "My friends, can you help me kill some inferior manfish?" These people were all shocked. They had already perceived that there were no less than 300 inferior manfish that had died under the sea. And this guy who killed them was only an intermediate hanging fisher? At this time, someone came from the sky. Seeing this scene, he frowned. The incoming person directly transmitted his voice to Han Fei, Han Fei. Before the half-mermaids arrive, come back to the Scattered Stars Island with us, Han Fei smashed the golden seal in his hand at a red demon's forehead, directly knocking him out. Then his backhand threw a golden fist mark out, blasting a crab into the distance. Han Fei's eyes were cold. "Are you here to catch me too?" Some people were hunting at sea. At this time, a 6-star killer had taken action. He had jumped into the sea, attracting dozens of inferior manfish attacks. Someone was asking others, "This guy is called Han Fei, an excellent heavenly talent. Why do you want to catch him? What did he commit?" The person who was asked had fused with his spiritual beast, jumped into the water, and came into combat with the sea monsters. While fighting, he answered, Han Fei broke into the Dark Hunter Legion and went to sea to find someone without authorization. Someone gaped in surprise and asked, "An intermediate hanging fisher broke into the Dark Hunter Legion? Are you kidding me?" Someone said, "He did that with the door-carrying marshal. Now, do you still think he can't make it?" The other people were all speechless. What is the identity of this guy? How could he do that? Someone shouted, "It's not the time to talk about it." "Hey, Han Fei, why are you still fighting down there? Before the strong enemy arrives, run." Han Fei responded, "I'm working on my combat skills." Just a moment. Han Fei was working on his combat skills indeed. He hadn't practiced the art of invincibility well enough. Since he practiced it on the steps into the sea, he had made no progress in the art. At this moment, Han Fei ignored an attack from behind and punched out with a boom, blasting a red demon directly in front of him. The terrifying power suddenly exploded and crushed the red demon's body. This scene shocked everyone. God, this intermediate hanging fisher was even more powerful than a peak-level hanging fisher. Plus the 2 people who came to catch Han Fei, a total of 8 human experts came. Among the 8 people, only 1 was of 5-star rank, and the others were all of the 6-star rank. Except for killers, no one else could move freely at sea. This was the title above the 100 people / and the title itself represented strength. Even if the people of the 5-star rank were only 1 step from entering the 6-star rank, the 8 people were almost equivalent to 8 peak-level hanging fishers. For a time, the inferior manfish had no power to fight back at all. However, Han Fei perceived that a half-mermaid had already appeared who was sprinting towards him. "Who?" Han Fei grabbed a harpoon with one hand and punched out with the other, and the fist mark directly blew up a red demon's head. With a casual wave, he retracted the golden seal, and a large seal phantom smashed on the other red demon's chest. Boom. Gritting his teeth, Han Fei glanced at the 8 people, especially the 2 who came to catch him, and decided to continue fighting. Of the 4 red demons, only 1 survived. Han Fei threw out dozens of punches in a row, which bombarded them like a madman. The energy in his body poured out and directly blasted 7 or 8 holes in the body of the associated spirit of the red demon. Boom. As the last golden fist mark was thrown out, a strange power seemed to be fused with the fist mark. Swish. The fist mark blasted through the seawater, and in the next second, the red demon exploded directly. Han Fei looked down at his fist. Now he seemed to feel something. Someone was so excited at the fighting scene that he couldn't help exclaiming, "A true warrior!" Han Fei grabbed a ball of candle dragon blood again and stuffed it into his mouth. This was the 5th time he had drank candle dragon blood. He finally knew why the unknown place was dangerous. Could it not be dangerous? The outer sea area was almost like the backyard for the sea monsters, and the inferior manfish were almost endless. When someone perceived the half-mermaids, he immediately transmitted his voice to Han Fei, "Kid, are you crazy? Are you practicing combat skills here? Do you know that if you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave when more mermaids come? Han Fei thought quickly and found he miscalculated the number of sea monsters. And someone had already arrived at this moment. If he continued to practice the art of invincibility, the art's astonishing power might cause doubt. So he immediately rushed straight to the sea surface like a torpedo. Han Fei yelled out, "Thank you for your help. But I will not return to the Scattered Stars Island." The 2 6-star powerhouses flew directly to Han Fei. "Han Fei, it's not your business to find Xia Xiaochan." Han Fei sneered. "If you're reliable, you won't let Xia Xiaochan run away. It's not that I look down on you, but accept me, no one can find her." A man said, "The waist tag has a positioning function." Han Fei asked, "Then can you find my position now?" The man was speechless at his question. No, they couldn't position Han Fei at all. In fact, they weren't fools. Even if Xia Xiaochan dumped her waist tag, how could they lock onto her position? The other people who came to help hesitated. "Damn, shall we intervene or not?" The other man who came to catch Han Fei said, "Everyone, please take action and help us catch Han Fei. Don't worry. He didn't commit a serious crime. He was just too worried about his girlfriend to keep sober." Han Fei said angrily, "I'm sober. Don't force me to fight you." Everyone was speechless. "There are 8 of us. Do you think we're afraid of a fight against you? Bam. 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 While they were confronting in the air, 3 half-mermaids jumped out of the water. In the distance, there were another 2 half-mermaids jumping out of the water. Coming with them were 5 or 6 red demons, and hundreds of inferior fish. Everyone turned pale, and the 6 killers were not going to intervene in this matter. On one hand, they had witnessed how strong Han Fei was. This kind of heavenly talent must have an extraordinary background, and offending him would do no good to them. Besides, this guy even dared to confront the law enforcement team. With such a fierce temperament, he was definitely not a pushover. If they came to attack him, what if he took revenge on them in the future? Immediately, someone shouted, "Let's go." It'll be too late when they form an encirclement. These people controlled their fishing boats, flew into the sky, and sped up to leave. Seeing this scene, the two members of the law enforcement team cursed secretly. However, it was not a good time to capture Han Fei. The two of them also immediately manipulated the fishing boat, preparing to escape first. However, when those people's fishing boats flew into the sky, the half-mermaids and the red demons on the sea suddenly flew up too. This scene stunned Han Fei. F***ck. Can they fly? Yes, Han Fei saw that under these half-mermaids and red demons' feet, there seemed to be a water-shaped skateboard, which looked exactly like a surfboard. They actually used these boards like skateboards as they flew up. Of course, those inferior manfish didn't have this ability. They could only run on the surface of the sea, condensing spiritual energy spears in their hands, and flinging them at Han Fei. The people of the law enforcement team shouted, "Han Fei, escape the sea monsters hunting first. You don't know anything. How can you set foot in the outer waters now?" With that, the two of them rushed away. However, there were also half-mermaids chasing while they were escaping, but Han Fei didn't pay attention. 5 half-mermaids were flying on their skateboards and were rushing towards him. Among them, some had performed the Sea King's secret technique. Han Fei spat. "How can surfing be compared with my wind god boat?" The next moment, the wind god boat changed into a red ray and disappeared into the sky. _bam_. Like a thunderbolt, a conical cloud wrapped around the wind god boat, breaking through the sound barrier in the blink of an eye, flashing across the sky like a meteor. The half-mermaids watched this group of people fly away and roared angrily. Only at this moment did Han Fei understand why hanging fishers were called hanging fishers. When they flew into the sky, sea monsters couldn't do anything to them. The half-mermaids were very powerful in the sea, but they couldn't fly before reaching certain levels. Although they could use some methods, for example, the skateboard, they still couldn't fly. Although the speed of the skateboard was fast, it was no match for human beings' fishing boats. This was why the hanging fishers dared to patrol in the sky. However, there were also setbacks. Hanging fishers must resort to fishing boats if they want to go to the outer area of the unknown place. If their fishing boats were destroyed, they would only end up being besieged and killed by fish tides and sea monsters if they didn't have an extraordinary ability to hide. In fact, Han Fei only flew thousands of kilometers away before jumping into the water again. "Girl, can you still perceive your mommy's position?" Because the searching was interrupted, after the trace disappeared, it took Little White a full half an hour to reorient herself. Han Fei walked out of the array and looked around, guessing. If Xiao Xiaochan ran into the deep sea by herself, it would be almost impossible for her to break through the sea monster's territory. Therefore, Han Fei still believed that Xiao Xiaochan must be in the door of the hexagon starfish at this moment. It was a pity that he didn't fight to his heart's content just now. He failed to fully arouse and stimulate the fighting spirit of the art of invincibility. After the fighting spirit was gone, it wouldn't be re-stimulated in a short period of time. Han Fei simply set up a stealth array for both himself and Little White and then began to swim on the bottom of the sea very slowly. Even when he encountered inferior manfish, he didn't kill them. He had tried it once, and it proved that under siege, it was almost impossible for him to break through the encirclement. In this case, he could only take them by strategy. Han Fei couldn't help sighing. If only he could become a fish. Then he wouldn't need to be so cautious about being discovered by the sea monsters. However, Han Fei immediately gave up this thought. If he became a fish, didn't it mean that he had become a sea monster? He would rather be a human being. Being a sea monster meant that he would become an enemy to all mankind. He moved extremely slowly, and it took a full 8 hours before he completely walked out of the sea monster's encirclement. Several times during the period, Han Fei entered Forge the Universe to avoid discovery. This made Han Fei sigh. He was still not strong enough. If only he could get another 10,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. If only he could get a few 100 million points of spiritual energy. 2 days later. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed a spiritual fruit in 2 mouthfuls. In the past 2 days, spiritual fruits hardly left his hand. For one thing, he needed to heal his injuries, and for another, he wanted to reserve spiritual energy. He wouldn't directly use spiritual fruit until he had to, because it was too wasteful. He also occasionally fed Little White. After all, unlike him, Little White had to deal with the spiritual energy conflicts caused by different spiritual fruits. Only by solving it could the spiritual energy could really become hers. Besides, in the past 2 days, Han Fei encountered powerful exotic creatures more than once and tried to catch them twice. On one occasion, he was noticed by the creature, which then ran away. On the other, he had just started catching the creature when the inferior man fish were attracted over, and in the end, he could only slip away. Now, Han Fei saw a big crab with a green jade-like body running past him, but he couldn't move. That was because he was using this big crab to avoid the half-mermaids above his head. F*CK, they have been chasing me for 2 days. Why haven't they given up? These sea monsters are too stubborn. I did nothing but kill some of your kind. Han Fei slowly breathed a sigh of relief when the half-mermaids above his head swam away, and let Xiaobai continue to lead the way. After swimming for more than 300 kilometers, however, Little White stopped. Han Fei took a closer look and found that he actually ran to a place full of sea vine grass. The place was covered by seaweed. Han Fei perceived that there was a green octopus hidden in the seaweed 800 meters away. He saw colorful sea urchins lying on the seaweed, and some stones, which were actually crabs in camouflage. Han Fei found something different about this place. The flowing of spiritual energy here was strange. Has the amount of spiritual energy contained in the sea vine grass decreased? No, there is a lot of spiritual energy here. Why doesn't the sea vine grass absorb it? Huh. A defense array? No, it's a maze. Although Han Fei was still not very proficient in arrays, he was way better than before. He was sure that someone was hiding here, draining the spiritual energy of the sea vine grass to set up a maze. Han Fei smiled. Nice, I finally got you. Han Fei didn't destroy the maze. He activated the eyes of true vision and finally found an extremely inconspicuous array according to the way the spiritual energy flowed. When Han Fei went into the eye of the array itself didn't respond. Han Fei grinned. The hexagon starfish was good at setting up arrays indeed. Normal people would probably think this array was abandoned a long time ago, when they got no response after finding the array eye. But since Little White came here, Han Fei knew that the hexagon starfish must be under the array. It took Han Fei a full half an hour to discover that it was a multi-layered array. The outer maze was just a disguise, and the real array was actually located in the sea vine grass. When Han Fei chopped up a piece of sea vine grass, another array was exposed. Underscore whoosh, underscore. Han Fei appeared directly in a secret realm from the sea vine grass. What surprised Han Fei was that this secret realm was filled with spiritual energy, and even had spiritual springs, and there were many purple spars protruding from the ground as if he had walked into a prehistoric underground cave. Master Hexagon, here I am. Han Fei perceived around and found a piece of sand shaking in this small secret realm that was less than 3,000 meters in radius, and a tentacle emerged from the ground. The tension in Han Fei's heart immediately slackened. As expected, the hexagon starfish was here. Luckily, he was safe. The hexagon starfish crawled out of the sand and shouted directly at Han Fei. Starfish plans to spend the rest of his life here, and Starfish is not going out again. Han Fei was speechless. Are you out of your mind? If this array is broken by others, then you'll be like a rat in a hole and will only end up being caught. Where is Xia Xiaochan? Come on, let her come out. Is she okay? Han Fei glanced at the hexagon starfish and suddenly said, Huh. You broke through, and broke through 3 levels in a row? Before Han Fei asked in detail, the hexagon starfish froze, and then with a swish, tried to run to the entrance of the cave. But Han Fei had already pinched a stone in his hand. You don't want your essence blood? But the smile on Han Fei's face was gone. Why is the hexagon starfish running? Then he heard the hexagon starfish sob. It wasn't Starfish who lost her, but she dumped Starfish. It has nothing to do with Starfish. Han Fei scowled. Come here. Tell me where Xia Xiaochan is. Why are you not together? The hexagon starfish floated in the water feebly. She turned into a crab and ran away. What? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Turned into a crab? Yes, she turned into a big crab and ran away. Xia Xiaochan turned into a big crab? Seeing the hexagon starfish nod, Han Fei frowned. Xia Xiaochan must have used metamorphosis water to turn into a crab. Han Fei walked over and dragged the hexagon starfish over, saying, Hey, tell me what happened in the undersea chimney. The hexagon starfish didn't know how he got here. All he remembered was that he was freaked out and ran wildly for his life. The hexagon starfish said, They just fought. They ran out to fight every day. This time, they went to snatch the spirit awakening fluid, and then they started fighting each other. Han Fei was stunned. Wait, what do you mean by fighting each other? Who fought whom? Xia Xiaochan first fought fish, then mermaids, and then people. And then, Xia Xiaochan went mad and fought everyone she saw. Fortunately, she didn't fight Starfish. Otherwise, I would already be a dead starfish. Han Fei's face was black. Fighting fish or mermaids is normal. But why did she suddenly fight people? The hexagon starfish's big eyes rolled around. There was a woman who seemed to have sprinkled something on Xia Xiaochan, and then she went crazy. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Make it clear, which woman? What did she sprinkle on Xia Xiaochan? Han Fei had a bad hunch. So Xia Xiaochan went mad not because of spirit awakening fluid, but because of a man-made cause. The first person Han Fei suspected was the woman named Shui Ran. She was Xia Xiaochan's captain and one of the team leaders this time. She was most likely to frame Xia Xiaochan. The hexagon starfish rolled his eyes and said, Those women all look the same. Starfish couldn't tell who was who. Han Fei said with a cold face, I'll give you another chance to organize your language. Which woman was it? The hexagon starfish was anxious. Starfish doesn't know. Starfish only knows. That woman, she had a finger chopped off by Xia Xiaochan. What? Suddenly, a wave of water shook up around Han Fei. Yang Ying? Han Fei suddenly remembered when he broke into the Dark Hunting Legion a few days ago. Besides the captain Shui Ran, there were only Gong Wenhai and Yang Ying left in Xia Xiaochan's team. At that time, Yang Ying also showed him her hand, accusing Xia Xiaochan of chopping off her little finger. At first, Han Fei thought that only Gong Wenhai slandered Xia Xiaochan because he was so mad about Xia Xiaochan's rejection of him. But now it seemed that it wasn't the case. Yang Ying also framed Xia Xiaochan. However, weren't they all from the Dark Hunter Legion? Why did she frame Xia Xiaochan? Han Fei immediately asked, then do you know why the woman did it? The hexagon starfish rolled her eyes. I don't know. Starfish doesn't know. Han Fei had been staring at the hexagon starfish. Having been with the hexagon starfish for so long, he knew once the starfish used his brain, his eyes would roll around. At this moment, his big eyes were turning faster than a top. Therefore, he simply squeezed his essence blood. Master Hexagon, a lying starfish is not a good starfish. The hexagon starfish almost cried. Well. Maybe Xia Xiaochan got more spirit awakening fluid than her, which starfish helped her get. Han Fei frowned. The hexagon starfish had upgraded by 3 levels in a row, which was strange indeed. Little Black and Little White were also mysterious creatures, but they hadn't reached level 40 yet, although they had drunk so much spirit awakening fluid. But the hexagon starfish suddenly changed from level 43 to level 46. This speed was faster than riding a rocket. Whether it was Little Gold, 9 Tails, or Little Fatty, after level 38, a few 100 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid wouldn't be enough to make them level up. The hexagon starfish was level 43 before, so how much spirit awakening fluid did this B***starred have to swallow before reaching level 46? Han Fei said coldly, you mean, that woman was jealous that Xia Xiaochan had gotten so much spirit awakening fluid, so she framed her? The hexagon starfish yelled, I don't know. She did it anyway. A cold gleam flashed in Han Fei's eyes. At first, he thought only Gong Wenhai framed Xia Xiaochan and planned to kill him once he met him at sea. But now, Yang Ying was also on his death list, right at the top. However, Han Fei didn't have the time to solve Yang Ying now. The woman only had 2 choices now. One was to pray that he could not find Xia Xiaochan or die outside, and the other was to quickly find a way to slip away while he was not on the Scattered Star Island. At this moment, Han Fei's top priority was to continue looking for Xia Xiaochan. Since the hexagon starfish said that Xia Xiaochan turned into a crab and ran away, it meant that Xia Xiaochan had come to herself. Han Fei asked, how did you get here? Xia Xiaochan turned into a crab and brought you here? When did Xia Xiaochan sober up? This time, the hexagon starfish replied very quickly. He said she was crazy. Only for a moment, and after fighting a lot of fights, she passed out. Then I put her into one of my gates. Then, we were chased by a group of sea monsters for a long time. That's why I'm here. Han Fei said, so you brought her here? Then when did she turn into a crab and run away? As soon as she woke up, she became a crab. She stayed here for a day in the shape of a crab, and then she said she wanted to go out to have a look. Starfish certainly didn't want to go out. Then she didn't come back. Wait a minute. You said Xia Xiaochan became a crab after she woke up? It's so safe here. Why did she become a crab? The hexagon starfish's big eyes rolled around. I don't know. Han Fei really wanted to slap the stupid hexagon starfish. What the hell do? You know? All you know is to drink spirit awakening fluid. Except for that. You know nothing. Han Fei stared at the hexagon starfish. Hand over the spirit awakening fluid. The hexagon starfish's eyes paused and immediately rolled again. Starfish has drunk it all, without a single drop left. Han Fei sneered. Okay, open your door and let me go in and take a look. The hexagon starfish was certainly unwilling to do this. Han Fei grabbed him with a hand. Do you want to become a pentagon starfish? Hey, the spirit awakening fluid belonged to Xia Xiaochan, and you just temporarily kept it. However, you secretly drank tens of thousands of kilograms, and still you want to pocket it all? Starfish didn't drink tens of thousands of kilograms. Han Fei scoffed. If not, how could you leap 3 levels in a row? The hexagon starfish's big eyes kept rolling. Starfish only drank about 10,000 kilograms. F***ck. Han Fei just wanted to pat this guy to death. Damn it, only drank about 10,000 caddies, isn't that enough for you, Han Fei said with a cold face, I'll count to 3. Are you taking what's left out or not? The hexagon starfish surrendered. He knew that he wouldn't be able to keep the spirit awakening fluid, but he just didn't expect Han Fei to come so soon. Otherwise, if he could have had a few more days, he might have been able to break through to level 47. At that time, he would definitely become a powerful starfish. The hexagon starfish took out 2,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei was immediately furious. Do you think I'm a fool? Hand it all in. The hexagon starfish grieved. There are only 2,000 kilograms left. Han Fei sneered. Dishonest starfish, do you think you have too many tentacles? You drank more than 10,000 kilograms, fine. But how can you tell me you have only 2,000 kilograms left? Han Fei kept interrogating the hexagon starfish and even entered his gates, to search around before he finally confirmed that that was all. There was only 2,900 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid in total. Han Fei was speechless. If he came one single day later, there wouldn't be a single drop of spirit awakening fluid left for him. This starfish was such a glutton. However, this indirectly confirmed Han Fei's guess. There must have been a lot of spirit awakening fluid in the undersea chimney. Xia Xiaochan alone had snatched more than 20,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. How incredible! More than 20,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, which was equivalent to more than 1 billion points of credit. But the hexagon starfish almost drank it all. Han Fei asked, when did Xia Xiaochan leave? Just yesterday. How much spirit awakening fluid did she take with her? The hexagon starfish's eyes rolled. Not a single bit. She said she gave it to me. Therefore, the spirit awakening fluid belongs to starfish. Han Fei sneered. I will confiscate the rest. The hexagon starfish, with a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, little black and little white, appeared. Without saying anything, Han Fei directly threw 400 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid over. As a result, the luster on Little White and Little Black became stronger, but they still failed to make a breakthrough. So Han Fei threw another 500 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid to them. This time, when Little White swallowed 300 kilograms, she broke through and finally reached level 39. Han Fei's eyes lit up. Under the hexagon starfish's aggrieved gaze, he fed all the remaining 2,200 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid to Little White. Swallowing it, Little White seemed to become more and more holy. However, she failed to make another breakthrough and seemed to be stuck at a breaking point. The hexagon starfish said, This must be a big bottleneck, and the spirit awakening fluid must not be enough. Smack. Han Fei slapped the hexagon starfish to the ground. Then why didn't you save more for me? This was a pity indeed. He didn't know how much spirit awakening fluid was needed for a spiritual beast to make a breakthrough. However, as mysterious creatures, Little Black and Little White were extremely powerful, so they might need more spirit awakening fluid. Having no choice, Han Fei could only stop. After all, this was only the third day for him to go to sea. The marine resources were so rich that it was impossible for him to seize them all in 1 or 2 days. Han Fei believed that even if Little Black and Little White hadn't been able to break through, they would do it soon. He would work out a way to get more spirit awakening fluid to help these 2 little guys break through. As for the other beasts, they'll have to wait. Unless he could get tens of thousands of kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. There wasn't enough spirit awakening fluid for them. Han Fei grabbed the hexagon starfish and pressed it on his shoulder. Go. Let's find Xia Xiaochan. The hexagon starfish almost cried. Starfish is not going. It's too dangerous outside, and Starfish wants to stay here. Han Fei said fiercely, Shut up. If you stay here, sooner or later you'll be dug out by others. At this moment, Han Fei was full of doubt. Xia Xiaochan turned into a crab and left without taking a single bit of spirit awakening fluid? Where did she go? Since she had escaped, she would definitely be able to return easily to the Scattered Stars Island if she wanted to. After all, Xia Xiaochan also had a wind god boat. Besides, if Xia Xiaochan was going back, she would have definitely brought the hexagon starfish with her. And why did Xia Xiaochan give the spirit awakening fluid to the hexagon starfish? She knew Little White had the ability to track, so if Han Fei knew that she hadn't returned to the Scattered Stars Island, he would definitely come to look for her. So, Xia Xiaochan probably wanted to lead this batch of spirit awakening fluid to him. Thinking of this, Han Fei immediately slapped the hexagon starfish. Did Xia Xiaochan ask you to give the spirit awakening fluid to me when she left? The hexagon starfish's tentacles stiffened, and his big eyes kept rolling. No, she said it was for Starfish. Seeing the hexagon starfish's reaction, Han Fei knew his guess was right. He sneered. Okay, you bad starfish. Our labor contract is renewed for 10 years. You've sold yourself to me. Hexagon starfish grieved. She did give it to Starfish. Han Fei didn't listen to his explanation, but said indifferently, If you can find her, then I won't pursue this matter again, but if you can't, I'm telling you're doomed. Han Fei knew that something must have happened to Xia Xiaochan. He didn't know what exactly happened to her, but something must have happened to her. Because of this, she chose not to return to the Scattered Stars Island. However, although Xia Xiaochan was not weak, the outer domain of the scattered Stars Island was extremely dangerous. Only Han Fei knew how many difficulties he had encountered in the last 3 days. The outer sea was many times more dangerous than the level 3 fishery. Little White was heading in a direction, swimming slowly. Han Fei was not in a hurry either. Now that Xia Xiaochan had sobered up, no one could catch her. With the metamorphosis water at her disposal, Xia Xiaochan could change into anything. Since Xia Xiaochan's safety was not a problem, Han Fei was not that anxious. He planned to look for her while sharpening his skills. However, little did he know that the scattered Stars Island was in an uproar. Because of him. The first one who jumped out was Zhang Xuanyu. He flew up and kicked Lu Renquang. "You damn fatty, why didn't you tell me that? Am I still your buddy? How could you just let Fei Fei run to the outer sea alone? You really piss me off." Lu Renquang was aggrieved. But if we all went with him, it would attract a lot of attention. Luo Xiaobai has just returned, and as usual, she was the calmest one. "Don't worry. It shouldn't be a big problem. At least senior brother Dashui said that Han Fei killed a lot of sea monsters, and this is all credit, which should be able to offset the charges against him." Zhang Xuanyu was still angry. The point is whether Xia Xiaochan is safe or not. Everyone's heart did a flip. Indeed, no one knew this. According to the implications of Gong Wenhai and Yang Ying from the Dark Hunting Legion, Xia Xiaochan seemed to have run away after murdering other humans. However, Luo Xiaobai and the others certainly didn't believe this. Luo Xiaobai instructed, "Keep an eye on Gong Wenhai, Yang Ying, and Shui Ran. The one among them who maliciously spread this rumor is the most suspicious." 1. Twisted Jungle. Jiang Qin frowned. "Shall I go find them?" Old Jiang shook his head. "No. The life tablets of the 5 of them are all in my hand and they are all right. As for why they don't come back, perhaps they don't want to come back?" Jiang Qin exclaimed, "But this is too dangerous. They're not strong enough yet to explore the outer sea of the scattered Stars Island." Old Jiang sneered. "Don't worry. These little guys are very cunning. If something happens, they won't wait to die. Besides, the outer sea is so big. Even if you go to find them, it would be no easy task." Jiang Qin rolled her eyes. "Can't you go find them?" Old Jiang shook his head again. "If you can't find them, I can't find them either. Unless they are forced to use their dying strike, I can't find out where they are. Besides, if I go out, Shueishenqi will definitely take action." Scattered Stars Jail. Zhang Ting scowled at the jailers. "Haven't you got any news about that brat yet?" A jailer smiled bitterly. "Boss, he is a heavenly talent, not a normal person. I can't believe he actually honed his combat skills with thousands of Real Sea monsters. He must be a lunatic." Zhang Ting spat. "Fuck, I knew it. All guys from the Thug Academy are trouble makers. Like a dragon returns to the sea, Han Fei has gone to sea. We won't be able to find him anymore. Bring our men back." "Bring them back?" The jailers looked at each other at a loss. "Are we not chasing him anymore?" Zhang Ting said bitterly, "If we can't King find him, why bother? Are we that bored?" Central city of the scattered Stars Island. Inside a certain palace, a gentle-faced young man was looking at a huge sea chart. On this chart, the scattered Stars Island was just a palm-sized place. The chart was densely packed with more than 1,000 marked-out places that were randomly scattered. Someone respectfully knelt down on one knee. "Marshal, there is no trace of Xia Xiaochan or Han Fei." This person was the famous supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, Shueishenqi. However, Shueishenqi's face did not change at all and his eyes were still fixed on the sea chart. After a while, he said lightly, "Well, I'll give old Jiang a chance and we'll pursue this matter. By the way, where is Tanggu?" "Tanggu wants to go to sea, but he has been intercepted." Shueishenqi nodded. "Release him. But keep an eye on him and don't let him leave the island." After a long time, Shueishenqi murmured, "Han Fei, Jiang Daqian, Thug Academy. Han Guanshu, what game are you playing?" "Now everyone is in the game, but where are Xia Xiaochan and Tanggu from?" "You've disappeared for more than 30 years. What is your plan?" 3 days later. Han Fei had gone far into the outer sea area, roughly 30,000 kilometers, and the creatures he encountered were getting stronger and stronger. Firstly, there were more and more exotic creatures. This made Han Fei excited. When he was in the level 3 fishery, it was like winning the lottery if he encountered an exotic creature. But now? Exotic creatures ran everywhere, and one could be seen almost every 1,000 kilometers, sometimes even every 100 kilometers. And sometimes they even appeared in clusters. However, Han Fei had not discovered a creature with higher quality than exotic creatures. It seemed that exotic creatures were already the best quality creatures here. However, after a few days, the number of inferior manfish and other sea monsters who were hunting Han Fei had decreased a lot. Today, Han Fei had been swimming for a long time but didn't find a single inferior manfish. Huh. Did the inferior manfish go to a party? Or are they worshipping the sea god? Strange. The hexagon starfish grew worried. The nearby creatures have become stronger. "Let's go back to the island." Han Fei scoffed. "Shut up. Haven't you noticed that little white swimming speed is getting slower and slower? She must have found Xia Xiaochan's position. Let's find her first." About half an hour later, Han Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. He perceived a canyon. It was deep and serene, and right in the direction that little white was heading for. However, when Han Fei came to this canyon, his face changed. The spiritual energy here was chaotic, and there was the smell of blood everywhere. There must have just been a battle not long ago. Without considering much, Han Fei rushed directly into the canyon. The sea here was quite turbid. Dust and sand from the bottom of the sea must have rolled up from the intense battle. Besides, above the canyon, there were several cliffs, and sea sand flowed into the canyon like a waterfall, which looked spectacular. Before he reached the bottom of the canyon, Han Fei's perception had swept the entire area of about 40 kilometers. He found that the bottom of the canyon was like a desert, with at least 20 corpses of inferior manfish and red demons littered around, as well as 3 half-mermaids' bodies. This was only above the sand sea, and several dozen meters below the sand sea. Han Fei also found the bodies of several more red demons. Han Fei's perception couldn't go deeper. Although his perception range was large, it was extremely difficult for perception to penetrate matter. Perception might be able to penetrate the sand and stone ground and go down tens of meters, and it would also work if there was a huge unsealed space underground. But if there were sand and rocks all the way down, it became extremely difficult to go deeper. For example, at this moment, hardly had Han Fei's perception penetrated more than 20 meters below the sand when he felt that the difficulty was increasing exponentially. Han Fei didn't think Xia Xiaochan would hide so deeply, so he rushed all the way down. When Han Fei passed a red demon, he spotted a harpoon thrown not far away, and he couldn't help but wonder. Han Fei patted the red demon's body casually, and a sea-swallowing seashell dropped. Huh. Why did the sea-swallowing seashell drop so easily? Is there nothing inside? Han Fei scanned the sea-swallowing seashell with his perception and found that there were a few kilograms of spirit awakening fluid in it and more than 30 top-quality materials, which was quite valuable. Han Fei glanced at Little White Girl. Are you sure Xia Xiaochan is here? Han Fei frowned. It made no sense. Just like him, Xia Xiaochan wouldn't let go of any spoils of war. It didn't make sense that after killing so many red demons and half-mermaids, she didn't even take their sea-swallowing seashells. Han Fei found a total of 10 sea-swallowing seashells from these inferior man fish and red demons. And then from the half-mermaids, he got 510 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, more than 5,000 caddies of spiritual spring, and a total of more than 30 mid-quality and low-quality spiritual stones. It had been several days since the battle in the undersea chimney. Besides, it was too far away from the undersea chimney here, so it was reasonable that there wasn't much spirit awakening fluid. However, Han Fei was not at all happy. There were only two possibilities that Xia Xiaochan killed the sea monsters without taking their sea-swallowing seashells. The first was that Xia Xiaochan had no time or chance to do it. That meant that the sea monsters were still chasing her. If this was the case, Han Fei was confident that Xia Xiaochan had a way to escape. But if it was the second, what if these sea monsters and sea-swallowing seashells were all left to him by Xia Xiaochan? Han Fei knew that Xia Xiaochan didn't need spirit awakening fluid. That was because, with spirit awakening fluid, Xia Xiaochan would not be able to hold down her realm and would easily go mad. However, if these sea monsters were left to him by Xia Xiaochan, then she must have known that he was coming. Besides, she also knew that he was nearby, or else she would not have grasped the timing so well. Obviously, it hadn't even been half an hour since these sea monsters died. If he started to chase her now, he should be able to catch up with her. Han Fei immediately touched Little White's head. Let's continue to go after her. Needless to say, the death of so many sea monsters would definitely alert other sea monsters. It would be okay if it was just inferior manfish and red demons, but there were even half-mermaids here. It was hard to tell if they had a life tablet. After all, Han Fei didn't know much about the living conditions of sea monsters. Did they have a large camp? Did they also have cities? All of this remained unknown to Han Fei. Half-mermaids were heavenly talents among sea monsters, so they should have life tablets. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chased all the way just because he killed a dozen or so sea monsters a few days ago. This time, Han Fei sped along at top speed, following Little White. However, as soon as he rushed for more than 500 kilometers, he encountered 2 half-mermaids and 3 red demons, but saw no inferior manfish. F***CK. Han Fei cursed quietly. I just wanted to find my girlfriend, Han Fei said, don't get in the way. I'm not interested in starting a war with you. However, the half-mermaid ignored his words and yelled, kill. Han Fei's eyes turned cold and he activated the majestic mystic spell. At this time, he was not interested in honing the art of invincibility. He just wanted to kill the opponent as quickly as possible so that he could continue to search for Xia Xiaochan. He had little gold and little fatty attached to him and launched the draw technique against Red Demon. Although the Red Demon had already reacted extremely quickly, his battle suit and harpoon were still broken in an instant. He couldn't even parry a single blow of Han Fei. After all, Han Fei was way different than before. His strength had improved a lot. Besides, that Red Demon was not a peak-level Red Demon, so he was killed in a second. _hum_. Han Fei held the golden seal and collided against a half-mermaid head-on. At the moment of the collision, a weird smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Within a radius of 300 meters, infinity water turned into countless knives and swept in. The next moment, he activated the 10,000 knives in one. With infinity water plus 10,000 knives in one, there were knives everywhere as far as one could see. Han Fei didn't give these sea monsters a chance to escape at all. White flames ignited on the half-mermaid. Among them, a half-mermaid discovered Han Fei's terror and tried to escape. However, in the next second, a small golden seal was directly thrown at him. The horrible force directly threw him onto the seabed. Smoke and dust filled the area instantly. Within 5 minutes, the 2 half-mermaids and 3 red demons were all killed. Putting away their harpoons and swallowing seashells, Han Fei continued to rush forward. However, less than 100 kilometers away again, Little White stopped suddenly and then looked at Han Fei in confusion. "What's the matter, girl? What's here?" Han Fei looked around and found that this was an ordinary seabed, full of mud and sediment, but there were not many plants around. Except for some coral on the seafloor, there was nothing else. But the next moment, Little White responded. Xia Xiaochan's scent disappeared. Disappeared? Han Fei couldn't believe it. What method did Xia Xiaochan use? Even Xiao Bai couldn't track her? However, Han Fei couldn't stop. There had been 2 battles here, and if he guessed right, other sea monsters would come over soon. Han Fei immediately said to the hexagon starfish, "Open your gate and let me in." Huh? No, starfish doesn't want to escape alone. Han Fei scolded him, "Find a place first, set up an array, and hide." When Han Fei came out again, the inferior manfish appeared in his perception. Yes, the sea monsters were wary. This made it more than 10 times more difficult for him to find Xia Xiaochan. As a result, the search had come full circle. A day later, Little White found Xia Xiaochan's direction again. Repeating this process over and over again, Han Fei had been searching for more than half a month. During the period, Han Fei finally confirmed one thing: Xia Xiaochan was playing peekaboo with him. Every time when he was about to find her, he always found that there had been a big battle and the place was full of killed and wounded half-mermaids and red demons. Sea-swallowing seashells and weapons were left to him. This kind of thing happened almost every 3 days. Why is she doing this? Han Fei was confused and had no idea what Xia Xiaochan's purpose was. Similarly, the sea monsters were also at a loss. The sea monsters scattered in this sea area died a batch every few days and they couldn't even find the murderer. Somewhere in an undersea mountain range. A half-mermaid said coldly, "This must have been done by human beings, who are trying to destroy our camp. This time, send 12 heavenly talents over and get to the bottom of this." Han Fei had looted a lot of good stuff over the recent half-month. Earlier, he had been eating spiritual fruits every day, but he didn't have to anymore. He had picked up an abundance of spiritual springs and some spiritual stones just by following Xia Xiaochan. After a rough calculation, considering the spiritual energy he stored earlier and picked up recently, Han Fei found that he had 70 million points of spiritual energy available in total. Among that, the spiritual springs took up 28 million points and weighed almost 30,000 kilograms. He had got 24 million by having spiritual fruits. The spiritual stones he picked up amounted up to 20 million too. In such a case, it wasn't far away for him to save 100 million points of spiritual energy. However, Han Fei didn't pick up as much spirit awakening fluid. He had only looted about 1,500 kilograms during the half-month. The longer he traveled, the less he got. He even found no spirit awakening fluid at all in the last 2 raids. Han Fei had every reason to believe that these sea demons had become smarter. They would either use up the spirit awakening fluid before they left home, or not take it out at all. Han Fei didn't think it was likely that they left such valuable treasures at home. Besides, it remained unknown whether or not the sea demons had a home. So, they probably had drunk it themselves. Han Fei put a spiritual fruit into his mouth. He had to keep eating them. He didn't even have 100 million points of spiritual energy yet. It wouldn't be enough if he needed to deduce any techniques. As a matter of fact, Han Fei had indeed planned to deduce all the techniques he needed before he returned to the island. All of a sudden, Han Fei sensed that dozens of turbulent waves were moving in front of him at an unbelievable speed. Han Fei subconsciously narrowed down his senses and cast a concealment array and breath-concealing array on himself. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, hurry up and hide us in your arrays. There's no time to enter a gate. The Hexagon Starfish shivered and cast a concealment array on Han Fei. Han Fei quickly cast the stealth array, the water illusion array, and all the other arrays he knew that could hide him. Hexagon Starfish asked, "What's wrong? Don't talk, and don't move." A moment later, Han Fei sensed that a bunch of sea demons flew above his head. Like launched missiles. No, they were much faster than missiles. They were like the clouds left by jets in the sky after they flew by. Hundreds of such clouds appeared suddenly. Han Fei was quite shocked. What was going on? Have human beings declared war on the sea demons? Han Fei dare not release his senses. If those guys detected him, it would be impossible for him to escape unless he ran into Forge the Universe. However, while Han Fei observed them, a half-mermaid suddenly paused and spread out its senses. Han Fei quickly lowered his head, ready to enter Forge the Universe. He could always enter it with Mr. Hexagon Starfish. It was impossible for him to defeat this number of enemies. Those half-mermaids looked very strong. They were definitely above level 50. One of the half-mermaids asked, "What's the matter? Is there something wrong?" Sensing that the enemies were scanning the area, Han Fei only hoped that the Hexagon Starfish's illusions worked and the sea demons didn't see him, or he wouldn't know how long he would have to hide inside Forge the Universe. At this moment, a stone shivered 800 meters away from Han Fei. Immediately, a spear of spiritual energy was thrown down and pierced through a crab. Up in the sky, the half-mermaid who stopped said, "No. I might have just been paranoid." After the sea demons rushed out again, Han Fei glanced at the Hexagon Starfish and gently shook his head. The Hexagon Starfish nodded with its giant eyeballs, showing that it got it. Han Fei stood where he was for almost an hour, until a half-mermaid suddenly descended from the surface of the sea and quickly scanned the area before finally leaving the place. After a while, Han Fei didn't think that they would search the place for a third time, so he asked telepathically, we need to be more cautious later. I think we're approaching the lair of the sea demons. Hexagon Starfish asked, why did Xia Xiaochan go to the sea demon's lair for? No good reason? Let's just go back first. I'm sure she'll return later. Han Fei scoffed. Shut up. Now, keep stealthy the whole time. We may have sailed hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the sea. We can't even tell the direction anymore. You think it's easy to return? Keep looking for her. 6 hours passed. The places that Little White led them to got weirder and weirder. Han Fei saw a mountain in the distance. Occasionally, some inferior manfish swam above his head. There were more plants around here, and fewer creatures. Fish were rare in this place. Han Fei instantly said, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, something is wrong. I think we may have really come to the lair of sea demons. The sea creatures dare not approach this place, which was frequented by sea demons. The hundreds of half-mermaids Han Fei saw earlier had probably set off from this place. The Hexagon Starfish quickly rolled its eyes. Then what do we do? Let's run. We can't possibly break into the sea demon's home camp. Han Fei snorted. We have to pass it even if we can't defeat them. No, we have to dig our way through. Han Fei spread out his senses. He detected inferior manfish within 20 kilometers, but they couldn't detect him. Han Fei kicked the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. Dig as deep as possible. No bashing, just dig. It was relatively simple to dig tunnels at the bottom of the sea where the soil was soft. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp could easily dig dozens of meters down. Han Fei simply collected the soil behind it and then sealed the tunnel from the back. He also asked the Hexagon Starfish to set up arrays in the hole. Will this work? Han Fei nodded. Yes, Little White is leading the way. Little White was on the nine-tailed mantis shrimp's head at this moment, and the nine-tailed mantis shrimp dug in the direction that Little White faced. Although it was slightly slow, Han Fei would rather be prudent than take risks. However, he was still confused about why Xia Xiaochan came to the sea demons' camp. He hoped she wasn't caught by them. He didn't think it was possible. Xia Xiaochan played hide-and-seek with him for so long and left loot on the battlefield for him. There was no reason that she could be caught. If she wasn't caught, she must have had a good reason to come here. As the nine-tailed mantis shrimp dug 500 meters underground, the digging got harder and harder. Heavy rocks could be found on their way. Han Fei examined the depths and didn't think that he would be found if had been pressing into a mountain. He probably wouldn't be noticed. After 12 hours of digging, Little Black, which had been following Han Fei, dashed out and caught a spiritual stone from the dirty mud. Han Fei? Han Fei was lost for words. Wait a moment, where did you find this? It was a low-quality spiritual stone that contained 11,022 points of spiritual energy. However, even a low-quality spiritual stone was still valuable. Where had Little White led the nine-tailed mantis shrimp to? Han Fei instantly said in delight, Get out of the way, and let me see where we are. Han Fei searched and soon found another spiritual stone from the soil. His eyelids fluttered. Hiss. Is it possible that we've run into a spiritual stone mine? Han Fei scanned the place with his senses, only to discover that he could only sense several dozen meters, which was unbelievable as his range of perception should have been 20 kilometers. However, he had detected a dozen low-quality spiritual stones in such a short distance. Han Fei considered calmly and wondered if the mountain would collapse if he were to pick up all the stones. It was not like he had never done that before. He had already collapsed a mine back in the level 1 fishery. If he were to collapse the camp of sea demons, was there a chance for him to run away alive? However, I can't just leave all these stones here. Han Fei couldn't possibly refuse the spiritual stones that he had already seen. He wasn't that rich at all. However, Han Fei didn't put the stones into Forge the Universe. He simply took a giant box out of Forge the Universe and threw the stones he found into it, while he let the nine-tailed mantis shrimp drag the box. Han Fei murmured, "I don't think the mountain will collapse as soon as the spiritual energy still lingers." Therefore, Han Fei dug deeper and deeper, until the nine-tailed mantis shrimp penetrated the rocks, and Han Fei found that his senses were completely blocked. They were totally trapped inside the mountain. Boom. Han Fei had just picked up a high-quality spiritual stone when the tunnel they just dug out suddenly collapsed. Han Fei? The hexagon starfish? The hexagon starfish cried, "Did you just get us trapped in the rocks?" Han Fei lowered his head and looked at the big box in his arms. "I don't think I picked many. It's just 100 of them, and none of them are ultra quality. Why has it collapsed?" The hexagon starfish shook. "The real problem is, how can we get out?" Han Fei scratched his head. "I can't sense anything up there. Do you think the sea demons up above can detect us?" Han Fei was trapped in a space with a coverage of no more than 10 square meters inside the mountain. There was no telling if it was a digging problem. But that space was all that he had. The hexagon starfish wondered, "Do we still dig?" Han Fei glanced at the box that hadn't been filled yet and winked. "Of course. Why not?" Han Fei was quite speechless. Up until now, most of the spiritual stones he dug out were low quality. There were only 13 mid-quality ones and 6 high-quality ones. Yet, the mountain had already collapsed. Han Fei didn't know what to say about the mountain, which wasn't even as good as his own. He had at least found an ultra-quality spiritual stone in that mountain before it collapsed. This one should have at least offered some ultra-quality spiritual stones before it collapsed. Outside, at the very center above the mountain, boom. A half-mermaid expert rose quickly. "What's that noise?" Another half-mermaid rushed in. "My lord, one of the mountains at the edge of the ridge had a minor collapse." "A minor collapse? How did this happen?" The half-mermaid shook its head. "Not sure. It might have been an earthquake. I just checked it. The collapse is only 5 meters deep, and the spiritual energy around is not disrupted. It was probably just a regular collapse. Let's go there and take a look. The sea has been turbulent these past few days. Let's hope that human beings weren't behind that." Another half-mermaid asked, "Human beings? I don't think so. They would have attacked our main mountain if they were coming for us. Why would they touch an abandoned mine?" A moment later, a group of half-mermen and red demons came to the mine. They were all lost for words to see the collapse that was hundreds of meters long. A half-merman expert scanned the area for a long time and said, "It should be fine." I can even sense a couple of low-quality spiritual stones. Right, there. Is a demonic chi barrier between this mine and our main mountain, right? A half-mermaid said, yes. At the bottom of this mine are large pieces of black bronze. There are some spiritual stones, but they're extremely difficult to dig out. The demonic chi is on its way to our main peak too. Even we cannot possibly resist the turbulent demonic chi. The half-merman boss nodded. Okay, let's go back. Send inferior sea demons 30,000 kilometers away for defense. It said that Shueishenqi is active again. Let's hope that this isn't one of his tricks. Yes, my lord. Han Fei had absolutely no idea what happened up above. He didn't even know that he was digging in the hardest part on the whole mountain ridge. At this moment, Han Fei kicked the nine-tailed mantis shrimp's head. I asked you to dig a tunnel. What have you dug out? Is it iron? Don't tell me that. You're getting me a mine of metals, which are worthless to cultivators these days. Thud. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp was so upset that it struck out and broke the enormous rocks, only to be kicked by Han Fei again. I asked you to slow down. Why are you thundering on? What if someone hears us? As a matter of fact, the half-mermen who were asked to stay here for observation also looked at each other in bewilderment. One of them asked, has the mother lode been unsteady recently? Another half-merman said, the mother lode in the sea is never steady. I wish that an undersea chimney would arise here. That would be so great. Keep dreaming. This mine is the last place where an undersea chimney will show up. I estimate that it's just an earthquake. It wouldn't be bad if this mine collapses. We'll have a chance to pick up the spiritual stones inside. It wasn't easy for the nine-tailed mantis shrimp to dig at all. Han Fei felt that little white might have taken them to the wrong place. How could a mountain be full of hard rocks? Han Fei discovered that the black things were definitely metals. He didn't know what metals they were exactly, but they were so hard that he would have been trapped here if the nine-tailed mantis shrimp weren't so good at digging. Thud. Crack. All of a sudden, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp shattered a large piece of bronze. Then, Han Fei's eyes glittered as he spotted a treasure. After Han Fei pushed the shattered pieces aside, he was astounded to see a gigantic black turtle shell, which had endured so many years that it looked like a fossil. Han Fei took out the blood-drinking knife and slashed the turtle shell. Crack. Part of the fossil was cut off. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp's eyes bulged, and Han Fei glanced at it. Are you an archaeologist? Go on digging. The digging went on for 2 days, during which time Han Fei found thousands of turtle fossils. He felt rather horrible. He had specifically prepared a box to store spiritual stones, but all that he found were fossils. What was that supposed to mean? Could fossils be used as spiritual energy? Besides, the turtle fossils were particularly hard. Sometimes, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp had to bash one multiple times to break one piece. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes glittered as he saw a red shadow among the shattered pieces. Han Fei exclaimed, an ultra-quality spiritual stone? Information popped up in his eyes. Name ultra-quality demonic stone. Introduction. This is the combination of spiritual energy essence and demonic chi. However, the demonic chi is violent and usually conflicts with spiritual energy, so it's hard to absorb. Spiritual energy 520,666 points. Effect inedible. Absorbable. Hanfei was dumbfounded. What the heck is that, ? Where's my ultra-quality spiritual stone? What the hell is an ultra-quality demonic stone? Hanfei couldn't help but look at the hexagon starfish. Can you make use of this thing? The hexagon starfish was also staring at the stone. After a long stun, it said, should I try absorbing it? There seems to be demonic chi inside. Hanfei raised his eyebrows. How long will it take for you to absorb it? A dozen days? I would rather throw it away than give it to you. The hexagon starfish? This stone is yours if you can absorb it in 2 hours. Look at the magnificent energy inside. I'm really unwilling to give it away. The hexagon starfish was really of a mind to roll its eyes at Hanfei. If you're unwilling to give it away, why don't you absorb it? Hanfei had already seen that it was difficult to absorb, and it might cause conflicts. Absorbing this thing might get him killed, so he would certainly not do that. The hexagon starfish nodded. I can try absorbing it. Hanfei wasn't very reluctant. This ultra-quality stone only contained 520,000 points of spiritual energy. He could easily get the same amount from a few spiritual fruits. The hexagon starfish rolled out its tentacles. A moment later, a wave of magnificent spiritual energy mixed with the demonic chi that Hanfei was quite familiar with ran across the hexagon starfish. More than 4 hours passed. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp dug out another few demonic stones, but none were ultra-quality. At this moment, the weird scene finally dispersed, and the hexagon starfish slowly opened its big eyes. Hanfei quickly asked, how did it go? The hexagon starfish rolled its big eyes. It's not very hard to absorb. However, the demonic chi is not easy to refine and digest quickly. Hanfei asked in shock, you can absorb demonic chi too? The hexagon starfish replied, of course. All sea creatures can do that. Why can't we absorb demonic chi when we're all demons? You are a demon, I'm not. The hexagon starfish explained, I was saying that all sea creatures are demons, including this shrimp. The hexagon starfish pointed at the nine-tailed mantis shrimp, which glimpsed back at it with the big eyes. Hanfei frowned. Nonsense. Why have I never sensed demonic chi from the nine-tailed mantis shrimp? The hexagon starfish replied, because we never cultivate demonic chi. We consider demonic chi as one type of spiritual energy to nurture our body. However, the sea demons are different. They regard spiritual energy as demonic chi, so they all carry a lot of demonic chi. Hanfei was briefly stunned. Are they the same? I don't think so. The violent power in the demonic chi, especially when impure, is very dangerous. If you make use of the power in demonic chi, your spiritual energy will be corrupted, and you may become a demon. Hanfei didn't quite understand. However, after he learned that demonic chi and spiritual energy were mutually convertible, he realized why the half-merman input abundant demonic chi into his body earlier. More importantly, the demonic chi was absorbed by him. To be more precise, it was absorbed by the seed in his abdomen. Hanfei instantly kicked the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. Come on and have a piece. Hanfei summoned Little Fatty, Little White, Little Gold, and Little Black. He evenly distributed the demonic stones that were just dug out to them. Since it was fine for the hexagon starfish to take it, he didn't think that anything would happen to them. Little Black, in particular, bit a demonic stone quickly. Crunch. Crunch, As if it were a candy, the demonic stone was swallowed by Little Black in a few seconds. Han Fei frowned. They all had the stone, and none of them misbehaved. Afterward, there didn't seem to be a problem. So, a demonic stone is in a way no different from a spiritual stone, right? After thinking that through, Han Fei wanted to have a taste of that too, so he kicked the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and said, "Keep digging and find more of those." Thud. However, in the next moment, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp suddenly unleashed terrifying power and dug dozens of meters deep with one swing of pincers. Boom. Han Fei looked back, only to see that the tunnel had collapsed again. He was so angry that he kicked it. Easy. Do you want to bury your master here? Alive? However, Han Fei saw agitation and red light in the nine-tailed mantis shrimp's eyes. Shoot. You can't eat those things easily. On the main peak of the Sea Demon Mountains. Report. My lord, the mine has collapsed again. Han Fei sat on the ground with a gloomy face. Things were getting a little bit awkward at this moment as the mountain kept collapsing. Although the nine-tailed mantis shrimp sometimes would lose control of its power, it shouldn't have caused a collapse with one swing. However, it was pointless to think about that at this moment. Han Fei realized that the demonic stones shouldn't be eaten without consideration. While Little Black and Little White were fine, Little Gold was already bashing its head on the rocks. Also, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp seemed rather short-tempered. The little fatty was as taciturn as before, but it was rolling some of the rocks with its tentacles and strangling them. Han Fei was so scared that he couldn't store them away. Han Fei glanced at the hexagon starfish. Why are you still normal? The hexagon starfish rolled its big eyes. I didn't absorb the demonic chi until I took my time to transform it. Pa. Han Fei slapped the hexagon starfish and flung it to the wall, before he roared, "Why didn't you tell me that sooner?" The hexagon starfish said pitifully, "I didn't mention that?" Han Fei covered his head. He really had enough. If any sea demons were up there, would they dig all the way down and kill him? On the top of the mine, some half-mermaids and red demons were standing and observing. The half-merman boss scanned for a long time before he said, "Why do earthquakes keep happening to this place?" A half-merman asked, "Is it possible that some creatures are down below?" Someone asked, "Is it possible that human beings are trying to break the foundation of the Sea Demon Mountain?" The other half-mermaids looked at him as if he were an idiot. If they really want to do that, why would they choose the mine? There's absolutely nothing inside except the black bronze and whatever is left of the spiritual stones. The first half-merman struggled to continue, "What if those human beings want to dig out demonic stones?" The other half-merman looked at him even more weirdly. "Are you brainless? Can human beings use demonic chi? They would be killed by the demonic chi without us doing anything. Boom. While the sea demons were deep in thought at the mine, a mountain that was 3 mountains away from the mine collapsed. All the sea demons were dumbfounded, as it was a mountain almost 1,000 meters high. Yet, it was collapsing at a visible speed. It didn't just descend by several meters, as the mine did. The height of the mountain dropped by half. Rocks were falling and demonic chi was raging. Immediately, the half-merman boss roared, "Damn it, let's go there and take a Look. That's the source of the collapses and earthquakes. All the half-mermaids rushed to the other mountain. Hanfei was quite miserable. He hid in a cave no more than 2 square meters big with the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, which had been forced to reduce its body size. Hanfei had even squatted on the ground. Gudu. Hanfei swallowed. Damn it. This mountain is too lousy. We did nothing but some digging. Why does it keep collapsing? He looked at the cracking, unstable cave and felt that it might collapse any moment. He might end up as another fossil in this place. Now, 9-tailed mantis shrimp, stop bashing and start digging. If you collapse this mountain, your father will be buried alive. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp began digging. Hanfei didn't idle by either. He simply refined a hoe and dug together with the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. This place was really scary. He might as well dig a tunnel and go out. As for the spiritual stones he saw, Hanfei was almost lost for words. The box of spiritual stones were mostly low quality and amounted to only 5 million points of spiritual energy. If he had known that there were so few spiritual stones, he wouldn't have bothered digging at all. He could earn the same amount by having spiritual fruits for a few days. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, 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 Hanfei began to work hard too. He could still find demonic stones, but he simply threw them into Forge the Universe instead of absorbing them. Immediately. He was afraid that he might go crazy like the 9-tailed mantis shrimp did and launch a sacrificing punch at the cave, which would really bury himself alive. Hanfei had no time to bother if anyone would notice. After all, even if he was discovered, he could always hide inside Forge the Universe for a couple of days before going out. Hanfei and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp dug the tunnel with full strength. For 3 days. Several more collapses happened in the meantime. Hanfei was already used to them. He believed that this mine must be fragile and could collapse easily. Hanfei had been digging up. He decided that he should go to the surface first, as there were too many mountains here for him to dig. On this day, Hanfei didn't know where he was at all during his digging, but he suddenly found a tunnel. Yes, it was a tunnel that someone else dug out. It was connected to his own tunnel. Hanfei? The hexagon starfish? The hexagon starfish asked, "Is there someone else digging too?" Hanfei looked at the tunnel, stunned. Who on earth had nothing better to do than dig a tunnel in the sea demon's camp? The hexagon starfish exclaimed, "You." Hanfei. Hanfei scratched his head and considered it for a long time. The tunnel that someone else dug out had saved him and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp a lot of trouble. Hanfei spread out his senses and found that the tunnel was more than 20 kilometers long. More importantly, the tunnel had not collapsed yet, which was a miracle. Hanfei hadn't decided yet if he should go inside, but Little White had already swum into it. Hanfei? The hexagon starfish asked, "Is it possible that Xia Xiaochan dug this?" Hanfei was quite astonished too. "I don't think so." Is Xia Xiaochan capable of digging at all? However, since Little White had already moved forward, Hanfei naturally followed it. Recalling the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, Hanfei chased after Little White for 30 kilometers, and the hexagon starfish suddenly said, "There's demonic chi around here." Hanfei sensed that the demonic chi was a weird scarlet energy. When Hanfei detected both the spotlights of spiritual energy and these scarlet spots, he knew that something was wrong about this place. This tunnel was longer than Han Fei thought. It was more than 100 kilometers long. As Han Fei moved on, the demonic qi became more concentrated. Han Fei sealed his main acupoints to prevent the demonic qi from seeping in. However, some of the demonic qi still managed to infiltrate him. Han Fei found that the seat in his abdomen was slightly spinning, as if it was absorbing the demonic qi that entered his body. Han Fei hesitated, wondering if he should absorb the demonic qi freely. He knew that the demonic qi could likely increase his strength, but he didn't know if there would be any side effects. After all, something had happened to the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and little fatty earlier. Also, the demonic qi should be for the training of sea demons. He was not a sea demon, and he didn't know any of their techniques. There was no telling what would happen if he absorbed too much demonic qi. Han Fei's eyes bulged when he reached the end of the tunnel. It was the stomach of a mountain whose wall was full of crimson crystals that were emitting demonic qi non-stop. However, before Han Fei could observe the environment more carefully, the violent demonic qi had tied up Han Fei and attempted to break into his body. Shoot! This is not a joke. Little White, come back. All of a sudden, Han Fei saw that Little White went straight at the demonic qi. That was as red as blood at the center of the cavern. Han Fei found a large rock at the very center of the stomach of the mountain. Wait, the metamorphosis water? It was a real rock, but Han Fei sensed that the infinity water was slightly shivering inside his body. What could have possibly caused the shivering of infinity water? Besides, Little White had already swum to the rock and kissed it. Han Fei instantly roared furiously, "Xia Shachan, I know you're in the rock. What are you doing? Why are you here?" There was no response from the rock. Han Fei gritted his teeth. "I'm going in if you don't reply." As he talked, Han Fei stepped into the cavern from the entrance. Then, the rock at the center of the cavern shouted, "Get out! How did you get to this place? You can't stay here for long." With an awful look on his face, Han Fei yelled, "Why am I here?" "Because of you, of course. I dug through stone for so many days that the mountain collapsed. A hole appeared on the rock, and Xia Shaochan craned her head out. Get out of here. The demonic qi is so turbulent here that even the sea demons cannot come in. You'll die if you absorb the dispersing demonic qi." Han Fei chuckled. "Then you get out too. If you come out, I won't go in." Han Fei already sensed that a tremendous amount of demonic qi was entering his body. The seed in his abdomen was already revolving quickly. Han Fei shivered and moved forward again. "Are you coming out or not? If you don't, I'll come in right now." Xia Shaochan shouted, "Are you crazy? Go out." Redness flashed in Han Fei's eyes. He didn't care about anything else anymore, but simply drifted into the cavern. In that moment, the seed revolved crazily, and a gigantic funnel seemed to be absorbing demonic qi from Han Fei's body. _schwa, _. Xia Shaochan finally came out. She carried Han Fei to the entrance of the cavern and said to the hexagon starfish, "What are you looking at? Set up arrays and block the tunnel." However, Han Fei was slightly stunned, as Xia Shaochan's body was rather slippery. He lowered his head, only to be shocked by the glowing scales, some of which were blue and some were purple. What astounded Han Fei most was a soft tail that was emanating a weird brilliance.